smoking some of the best dope God ever put around here.
JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories.
You live in sexual anarchy.
This is the Troll Patrol, live with JustinFREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. I like the new song. Like every time I hear it, it grows on me. It seems more Troll Patrol to me than the old song. I still have the old song. I was gonna rotate them, and some days it's the old song, some days it's the new song. But I think I'm gonna stick with the new one. It has the evolution here where I've retired GOP mommy, and I am now moving into the role of liberal daddy for these wayward Republican women who need some discipline in their lives. Good afternoon to Jones, Princess Kimberly, Meatcakes, Holiday. Welcome in, friends. I also think I've got things fixed up for those on the YouTube vertical. I think they get to see all the graphics and everything now. They're going to get to celebrate 420 with us here coming up in about 13 minutes. We've got a lot of shit to cover. There are updates in the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. We have video of the fuck YouTube vertical, but I had 100,000 views yesterday. So YouTube vertical people, you guys are awesome. I love you. I made money on the stream yesterday. I made like $5. That don't happen very often. $5 besides like people gave me super chats and shit. So like there was a war between YouTube and Twitch to keep the one caller on and what to let him get. His phone was crunchy. It didn't sound the best, but I didn't want to let him go because he was all right. We've got more names. Rokana naming names on the floor earlier today. Massey was the one that threw Wexner out last night. We watched him right after he saw the documents. And he said, well, I better read it on the House floor. And then he went and gave an interview somewhere. It was like, well, Leslie Wexner. We will listen to Rokana. We'll listen to the Epstein victims. Gave a press conference earlier today. We have the deposition. The GOP released the deposition. I'm going to give you an update on the manatee rescue that we watched last night. We've got ring camera footage of the man who probably kidnapped Savannah Guthrie's mother. A lot of shit going on, a lot of Epstein related shit going on, all that and a lot friggin' more this afternoon on the Troll Patrol Live. Welcome in. As I said, I believe the YouTube vertical people will now get to see all of my crazy graphics like Senator Kennedy begging for cock.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
And they're probably going to wish that they hadn't seen that now. Or Dr. Oz saying he's kicking authority in the balls.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Avalon, Ducky, my lord, welcome in, my friends. I love this. I'm playing my graphics for the people on YouTube because they've never seen them. Like Scott Steiner doing crazy math.
Take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning.
Flash, Carla, welcome in.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
You should totally hit that like button over on the YouTube, please. The algorithm gods have been good to me for the last couple of weeks. So let's keep that going. We're about 10 minutes from 420. To Jones's Rock Hard.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Oh man, when we get a couple hundred chuds in here and I play that one. Ooh.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I have had like 200 people subscribe to the channel in the last like week. Our friend King Ginger that was on yesterday, he has been suspiciously quiet on social media. If you go to his page, pretty much the only thing you see other than like one post from him is multiple posts of me sharing the clips and videos from yesterday. I kind of feel bad for the way I edited him, but also he didn't look good. I had some great lines, so sorry I cut him off. The one, like, I made him look like he's just like stumbling after which he is stumbling at what to say, and he doesn't have a good comeback for what I said. Well, I mean, like, I don't want him to feel like I did anything underhanded. I don't want anybody to feel like I did anything underhanded. Thank you to Jones. I did not, like, the only edit I made other than just, you know, the clip was like cutting out some, like, I went, and I cut out my uhs. Other than that, I didn't cut any of the content. It is the clip as it exists in the full clip, but also I didn't let him answer what I said, but I also don't think he had a good answer for what I said. And I also told him, like, hey man, like, you've been really quiet. You didn't even compliment me on this awesome thumbnail, because I did make an awesome thumbnail. That was actually what, like, he covered the Ted Sanderos Netflix executive testimony in front of Congress the other day, and this was Ted Sanderos. And that's a picture of him. I guess he used AI. I did not use AI. I just took a picture of me and used my amazing Photoshop skills. And you can kind of tell that it was on a green screen. I was on a green screen in a TV studio. We are about 7 minutes away from 4:20 on the East Coast. But yeah, I don't want him to, because I told him to record on his end, and he did. He streamed his own broadcast of it. So I'm not going to be upset if he, you know, if he edits me to say something I didn't say or something like that. But if he wants to edit whatever section of the clip and the content remains the same, I have no problem with it. And if he, you know, chooses clips that make him look good, I don't think those exist, though. I will say I felt like once we got on the topic of abortion, my demeanor changed and I got really mean towards him. But also, I think protesting at abortion clinics is goddamn evil. And I literally want to strangle the life out of people that do shit like that. So that might have came across in the way I talked to him. Big Ben, Fragwitz, welcome in. Yeah, we're going to get to, I guess we're going to start with Epstein here after we do 420. Well, here, we'll do this real fast. Trump in the last couple of hours saying he thinks he made a mistake nominating Jerome Powell to the Federal Reserve. I think he's...
Look at the Dow Jones opening today. Things are looking flat, though still in the green. Joining us in the broadcast center this morning is Kristen Myers. She is the ETF editor-in-chief.
He's already named his
Good to see you.
replacement.
All right, so let's talk
for the end of the year, hasn't he?
From President Trump about his...
Big Ben throwing out the 420 bits. Thank you.
I want to play for our viewers something that he said in an interview with Fox Business.
I made a mistake. He was... runner-up, if you want to say that.
He was a finalist.
Yeah, he was, and I made a mistake because I had somebody that was my Secretary of the Treasury, wanted him so badly, and, you know, I didn't feel good about.
Who told him that he appointed
You
Powell?
listen to people.
Yeah, he didn't know that the other day, apparently.
Well, first of all, rare to hear President Trump saying he made a mistake.
Yeah, I know. Throwing Treasury Secretary, well, then Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin.
Carla, thank you.
He doesn't care. He's a billionaire. He doesn't. President went on to say that he thinks Warsh will be able to
Throwing out the bits, you're going to fuck around and get a hype train going. And I haven't made a hype train graphic yet. That's the only
understand, Kristen, what is the
graphic I haven't made.
Federal Reserve and the Fed share? Broadly.
Okay, so the Federal Reserve has two mandates, which is
we're coming up on 420 here in about 3 minutes. YouTube gonna get to participate with us.
Target rate, so they want.
We gonna get Willie Nelson high.
As possible.
You're
while
Willie
still keeping
Nelson
inflation
high.
constrained. It's a little
You're
bit
smoking
of a,
some of the
a
best
seesaw
dope God
balancing
ever
act
put
that they have
breath
to
in.
do because for as many people to be employed, that means the economy can run hot, which means inflation can increase.
Yep.
So essentially, that's the Fed's job. Now, when the president says that he wants economic growth to be, by the way, in that clip, he said 15%. Just to put this in context for everyone, 4 to 7% is what we historically get. So already, this is a really tall task for Kevin Warsh to essentially single-handedly spur the U.S. Economy up to.
I don't know that there's even.
I mean, yikes! If he doesn't
ever been 15% outside of
is like
bounce back from
when you want the job,
COVID or something like that. Warlord, welcome in.
So here's what I need.
Yeah.
What is the typical response, right? I can deliver what it is that you want. I mean, but this guy, taking aside the politics, is a world-class economist. I mean, he understands how global economies work. So you would hope that he doesn't say, well, yeah, I think we can get there, Mr. President, because that would not be good.
Interestingly enough,
well, if he doesn't say it, then Trump isn't going to go with him.
Powell's, the current Fed chair, Jay Powell's resume, pretty similarly, right? Both lawyers, both worked on Wall Street, both have experience at the Fed, and are now going to be stepping into that Fed chair position. Again, if Warsh is, ultimately nominated and confirmed. Now, here's the problem. Warsh has historically been an inflation hawk, which means that he does not favor lowering interest rates, which is all the president wants right now. So it'll be interesting to see.
And I have a feeling that the lowering the interest rates is just so that he can make money on treasury bonds.
That the rest of us don't know. Since when Kevin Warsh was nominated, essentially investors loved the news. Wall Street loved the news. He was someone that they felt that he could trust. He was someone that they felt would retain the independence of the Federal Reserve, which is very important, to markets and to the economy. But again, for President Trump to say, I made a mistake. I should have nominated Kevin Warsh the first time around. He's going to single-handedly spur the U.S. economy up to 15%. Says to some, maybe
45 seconds
Kevin Warsh
until
is going to favor
4:20
this more dovish tone and
on the East Coast.
Going forward.
We'll be watching. All right, Kristen, always good to have you on set. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I was able to fix up the graphics for the people on YouTube. YouTube vertical people are now seeing all the fun stuff.
You're Willie Nelson high. You're smoking some of the best dope God ever put breath in.
Here in about 20 seconds. YouTube people get to participate in 420 countdown now. It is 10 seconds until 420 on the East Coast. DJ Dub, we're trying out the new one. DJ Dub made this for me. So try to keep the feel of the old one. To keep me from not getting my money claimed. Happy 420 to East Coast peeps. Light one up, tip one back. The Twitch money calculator, it's probably wrong. Are you trying to figure out how much money I'm making? Because I quit making ad money, like 2 years ago. It's insane. Because I used to actually make 30 cents, 35 cents on ads a day. That's not nothing. It adds up when you're streaming a lot. You know, on days I would stream 8-9 hours, I might make a whole $1 on ads. It's not nothing, but I don't make that anymore. Well, yeah, but that's just extra on top of subs and tips, and also I do this for the love of the game, not to make money. That's for fucking sure. But I appreciate the hell out of all of you that have tipped, donated, thrown some cash my way. I've got a throne set up. I got Patreon. I don't like pushing that shit. I really don't. I'm gonna try to start giving people, but there is extra stuff on Patreon. Old clips and shit. If you are a Troll Patrol fanatic, there is shit you can sink your teeth into on the Patreon for just $1. For just $1. That will unlock all kinds of fucking shit on the Patreon. And I need to put some more shit up there for you guys. I hate pushing financial stuff. I want to make sure everybody, if you want my content, I want to make sure. I don't know that my shit works the way. I've been meaning to redo that. I redid all the point redemptions and stuff. $1 to hear Justin holler. Really, it is. And there's somehow Facebook put him back in my life now that I have a new Facebook account. The Matt Spear guy. If you guys have been with me since like 2021, the beginning of 2021, you might know about Matt Spear. This was just after January 6th. This guy was a right-wing radio host that hosted a show called Don't Unfriend Me, Bro. And he paid to boost himself. And I asked King Ginger, I was like, you paid to put me in your life, didn't you? You paid to put your Facebook content on my timeline. And now, because like, good on Facebook, they gave you somebody who is actually going to engage and like comment on every post. Just probably not the way you want them to. So Facebook gave you an engaged audience for your kind of content. So their sales department did a good job. But this Don't Unfriend Me, Bro gets put on my timeline. And I'm like, well, I'm going to try to get this guy to come on the show. This is around the time that Matt Walsh watches the clip of the Troll Patrol and everything. I'm feeling good about myself, and we're kind of riding high, right? I never have he won't come on and talk to me. I've trolled with him on Facebook. He won't actually come on the show. But he talks about me on his show, and then I watch that clip and I react to it, and that's a whole thing. And then eventually I have a phone call with him. And I'm like trying to get him to come on the show, and he's finally like, record this phone call right now. And I did. I hit record. I don't think he was expecting me to, and he ends up like yelling at me for an hour. He has a complete fucking meltdown over me. He threatens my life. He's probably popping a vein in his head, and I keep telling him like, Matt, calm down, Matt, calm down. But like, I have that 10-minute clip up on YouTube. The whole hour and something call is on the Patreon. You can listen to him yell at me. He says, just because I support Trump, that doesn't make me a right-winger, you dumb cock. That's exact quote. He ended up blocking me on everything because I kept interacting with all this shit. He'd post on Facebook and then I would interact with it. They don't like that. They don't like getting called out. Let's watch the new footage of the potential suspect in the Nancy Guthrie disappearance.
Arizona, the FBI is set to release a surveillance photo showing a potential
Red wine, welcome.
in the ongoing investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of our colleague Savannah Guthrie. This is a potentially significant development in that search. Again, the mother of our beloved colleague. And I want to go first to our national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter. Also with us, our chief justice contributor, Jonathan Dienst. He's also WNBC's chief investigative reporter. Tom, are you getting information?
Okay, we have the image right here. I'm going to ask them to zoom in our control room. If you can zoom in on
Seriously?
This has been released by the FBI director, and it is just going to get rid of this image message here. And so, yes, we have an image here.
We have the video.
The FBI director, Kash Patel, he has just tweeted this out. I know our control room will pull it up in any second, but that image is being released. This coming from the Guthrie residence. There's also some other images. This one perhaps a little bit more clear, and we're looking at it now, so we can see it off of our control room computer. This is the second of 4 images that have been released by FBI Director Kash Patel. This has been taken from Nancy Guthrie's home, and so this is what
I have a feeling that
we'll get one more after this.
I have a feeling that kidnappings and ransoms are going to become a lot more common. They kind of are common across the world already. I think we're going to be more privy to it now.
From the night of the alleged incident. According to the FBI director, they've been working over the last 8 days and working with the private sector partners to continue to recover any images or
Mason, Mr. Elwood,
from Nancy
welcome in.
Guthrie's home that may have been lost, corrupted, or inaccessible due to a variety of factors, including the removal of recording devices. The video was recovered from residual data located in back-end systems. So the systems of the providers of this is what I'm interpreting from the FBI director. He goes on to say, working with our partners as of this morning, law enforcement has uncovered these previously inaccessible new images showing an armed individual.
Yeah, so they went to the manufacturer, Nest, and they were able to pull the images because the images had been tampered with by whoever this guy is.
Appearing to have tampered with the camera at Nancy Guthrie's front door the morning of her disappearance. According to our timeline, that was approximately 1:47 a.m. local time when this incident occurred. There was a camera located at the front door. You can see there from the image, it is a Nest camera. Google had talked to us last week about finding these type of images.
Jonathan Dienst, this image, the person is heavily clothed, right? There's a mask covering most of the face and the jacket.
Well, they ain't naked.
What do they want people to look at in these images? Who do they want to hear from?
Obviously, the size of the individual, the clothing and mask.
That looks nothing like me, Warlord.
An apparent gun in his waistband there. You see that at his left hand that appears to be holding a weapon in his waistband. The family was notified about these images. We're told they were shown these images, and there is nothing the family or law enforcement so far, anyone recognizing who this person might be. So they made the decision to put these images out, hoping someone may recognize.
There was no titty slaps handed out.
Or the clothing or the items that were seen in these 4 images for that tip that might lead to a break.
Really anything, Tom, that would, anyone looking at this and thinking, well, that maybe looks a little bit like someone I know, they should call that number.
Pick up the phone, 1-800-CALL-FBI, do it right now. That's what they're looking for. That's what the family has been pleading for on social media. Give them a chance.
All right, one more reminder. If you have any information on Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, call the tip line on your screen, 1-800.
It was an illegal Allen.
FBI. We continue our special coverage of this development in a special on our streaming channel, NBC News Now.
Oh, hold on.
Updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live.
You pause. Why can I never find you? Shut up, Tom Llama. Bring back Lester. We miss him. I've debated whether to watch this or not. This is probably just going to be excruciating before we get to the good stuff, which is Ro Khanna on the floor of the House. But this is the footage released yesterday by the House Oversight Committee. The deposition of Ghislaine Maxwell.
Accordingly, House Rule 10 grants the committee broad jurisdiction for the committee to conduct investigations of any matter at any time. On July 22nd, 2025, the Subcommittee on Government Operations of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform voted by voice to approve a motion directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena to Ghislaine Maxwell.
She still got gigantic titties,
On
doesn't
July
she?
23rd, 2025, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena for Ghislaine Maxwell to appear today for a deposition in furtherance of the committee's investigation into the actions and investigations of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell. I will enter the subpoena and corresponding cover letter as Exhibit 1. I will enter as Exhibit 2 a letter dated July 29th, 2025.
They do if they're fake and you have them taken out.
Stating in short that his client would invoke her Fifth Amendment rights and request for the deposition to occur after the resolution of her Supreme Court petition. I will enter as Exhibit 3 a letter dated August 1st, 2025 from Chairman Comer to David Oscar Marcus, stating that the committee would continue its good faith negotiations and postpone Ms. Maxwell's deposition pending the resolution of her Supreme Court.
I don't know that
petition.
Scared to Death is the.
Enter as
That's
Exhibit
them,
4,
not me.
Letter dated January.
I don't know if Scared to Death is like.
2026
This is her.
Excuse me, 2026.
This is her one shot, her one opportunity.
Outlining that his client.
We listened to the Rabbit song the other day. You had one shot, one opportunity. She's got mom spaghetti
on February 4th
on her sweater already.
I will enter the notice for this deposition as Exhibit 5. Can the witness
If
please
she
state her name,
can
spell her last name for the record?
Before she
butter
does
up
that,
her buddy
this is David
Trump
Marcus, and
to give her a pardon.
Introduce her and make a brief statement. So, members of
Clemency.
the committee, on my advice, Ghislaine Maxwell will respectfully invoke her Fifth Amendment right to silence and decline to answer questions today, even though she would very much like to answer your questions. She must remain silent because Ms. Maxwell has a habeas petition currently pending that demonstrates her conviction rests on a fundamentally unfair trial. For example, jurors lied during voir dire to secure seats on the jury, and the government promised immunity and then broke that promise. Newly discovered documents now demonstrate these facts conclusively. If this committee and the American public truly want to hear the unfiltered truth about what happened, there is a straightforward path. Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. Only she can provide a complete account, and some may not like what they hear, but the truth matters. For example, both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing. Ms. Maxwell alone can explain.
Oh, the Republicans didn't tell us that. The Republicans did not tell us that. Interesting. Because we listened to Comer yesterday after this deposition.
And why, and the public is entitled to hear that explanation. Thank you, members of the committee, for having us today. Ms. Maxwell can now proceed to answer her questions with the Fifth Amendment. Thank you.
And the witness, please state her name and spell her last name for the record.
Ghislaine Noel Marion Maxwell, Maxwell.
Okay, I have struggled with how to say it for so long. Let's from the horse's mouth.
To answer her questions with the Fifth Amendment. Thank you.
And the witness, please state her name and spell her last name for the record.
Ghislaine Noel Marion Maxwell,
It sounded like she said Glenn, which is just a completely different way of saying it than everybody else has said it. Oh my God. What the hell? How do you say this woman's name? Does anybody have any clue? Glenn. See?
Fifth Amendment. Thank you.
And the witness, please state her name and spell her last name for the record.
Ghislaine Noel Marion Maxwell,
She said Glenn.
Maxwell.
Thank you. My name is Jack.
Ghislaine.
I am the Chief Counsel for Investigations for Chairman Comer. Under the Committee on Oversight and Government...
I've been calling her Ghislaine.
...have a counsel present to advise you during this deposition. You have a counsel representing you in a personal capacity present with you today.
Pedo would be perfect.
Will counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Go ahead, Leah. You can go first.
Leah Safian, LEAHSAFFIAN.
All right, yeah, this is going to be completely boring. Let's go to the Epstein survivors who held a press conference just a few hours ago. We'll get a taste of this before we go to the House floor with Ro Khanna naming names. Glenn Maxwell.
Life is too short to walk with the bureaucracy asshole. Wash your ass.
Well, I want to begin, of course.
Why did it have to be Chucky Boy?
Recognizing the Epstein survivors who were here today. Virginia Giuffre's family, who traveled here because they believe, as I do, that what happened to Virginia and to all the victims here today and throughout the world must finally lead to change. And all you have to do is look at the faces of these beautiful women and just have total empathy for what they've gone through, admiration for their courage, and anger about what happened to them. So, thank you. Today, we're here to do something simple and long overdue. Today, I'm introducing Virginia's law, legislation to end statute of limitation barriers that have kept survivors of sexual violence from justice far too long, and to create new legal avenues to pursue justice. Because justice should not
Rick, welcome in.
Justice should not expire. And because for survivors, healing does not run on a government clock, does it?
Oh my God, he's painful.
I'm also so proud to be joined by Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Hernandez. Not just chairwoman of the Democratic Women's Caucus, but
this dude is from a completely different generation. He's got to go. Please, sir, retire.
She's a champion.
Enjoy your elder years. Leave us the fuck alone.
Who will relentlessly push for the cause of justice.
7 Heavy Steel, welcome in.
That's what we demand, justice. And here is World Without Exploitation and Sigrid McCauley, whose work, along with the survivors, helped
let's hear from the survivors. Why don't the old white dude shut up?
The bill exists. Why? Why does the bill exist?
Everything that happened was also an injustice.
This
and
is
that's what we're here to do today, to say that justice delayed
Congresswoman
is
Patola?
Justice denied. And one of the lines that the survivor shared with me early in the many meetings we've had, and it's chilling, it's a chilling warning that Jeffrey told them. He gave them this warning. He told the women and young girls, I have the government, I have the banks. In other words, you are powerless. Imagine hearing that from the man who abused you. Imagine being a young girl, a young woman already traumatized and being told that the system, the government, the institutions, the courts, the powerful are on his side. That he and
what the hell are you talking about? Chuck is a pedophile.
Untouchable. That the world is made up of the powerful who are above the law, above reproach, and you. You are disposable as a mere object of sexual use and abuse. And for too long, those sexual predators have been protected by their wealth and power. And now, with the help of Donald Trump and Pam Bondi, the pedophiles and sexual predators are being protected by our government. But today we're one step closer to proving Epstein wrong. But this bill is bigger than Epstein. It's bigger than the abuse that the victims endured. It takes years for victims of abuse to feel safe enough to come forward, and time should never be a weapon in the abuser's arsenal. Virginia's law eliminates the statute of limitations for key federal civil claims brought by survivors of trafficking and sexual exploitation. It includes a look-back window, so survivors who were previously barred, who were told, no, you do not have access to the courtroom, so they have time to now go back and seek justice. And it clarifies that traffickers cannot escape accountability by committing abuses in another jurisdiction. You don't get to escape prosecution by simply putting predators and victims on a plane to a private island or a mansion in Florida or a ranch in New Mexico. Because justice should not depend on a calendar. Justice should not depend on geography, and it should never depend on how powerful your abuser is. To Virginia Giuffre's family, thank you, thank you, thank you for letting us use.
Now, I've actually gained some genuine fans from YouTube over the last couple of weeks
that we are honoring today with Virginia's law. Her courage unlocked the first set of gates that were protecting the rich and powerful.
They're not all bad.
This bill will unlock the doors to the courthouse for the survivors and to every Epstein co-conspirator and sexual predator.
Flo, welcome in.
We're coming for you. And to Donald Trump and Pam Bondi, how dare you? How dare you use the Department of Justice?
Flash is like, who? I think you were talking to one on.
Name is intended to bring justice.
In the comments earlier. I think you were also arguing with a chud too.
To prevent justice, to protect yourself and that predatory circle of abusers. And so I join with the senator and with the leader. Yes, let's pass this bill. Let's prove Epstein wrong. And now I want to recognize, as I was talking to Sky and Amanda Roberts, we talked about how they couldn't have imagined that this day would come.
I want to begin with a single word. A word that meant everything to my sister. A word we will not stop fighting for until real justice is served.
This is Virginia Giuffre's brother.
Virginia's dream was to inspire and empower survivors to come forward. In a world that too often turns away from abuse and pushes it into the shadows, she wanted to bring light. That light is change. Virginia's dream was to inspire and empower survivors to come forward. One of the main missions of her nonprofit, SOAR, was to eliminate the statute of limitations on adult sex trafficking. She talked about it all the time while elevating the voices of survivors, alongside her publicist and dear friend, Deanie Von Muffling. Today, we give Virginia her voice back. We amplify the voices of survivors around the world. Today, we send a clear message to perpetrators everywhere by introducing Virginia's law. We are introducing Virginia's law because survivors deserve justice, not expiration dates. Change must mean justice, not someday, not in speeches, not in private settlements, justice in law, justice in court, and justice in the form of consequence. Virginia's law is more than legislation. It is a change in the truest form. It challenges how we see, how we confront, and how we respond to sexual abuse and sex trafficking, not just in theory, but in reality. We do not take this moment lightly. We are holding an overwhelming mix of grief, loss, and pride. And if our voices shake and our tears fall, it is only because of the depth of our love for our sister.
They keep saying, Justin, what?
Grief without action is another kind of silence.
It's Justin time.
And Virginia did not survive what she survived just to be silenced again. And with that, I'd like to turn that over to my wife, Amanda.
That was Virginia Giuffre's brother. I'm not going to keep you waiting any longer. Let's get to the juicy stuff. Ro Khanna took to the floor of the House and named names. This was just a couple of hours ago.
Yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikaladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI.
Now we're getting somewhere.
My question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if
it's time for guillotines, he gave us a list of names.
Mikaladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator.
Now, see, when they mentioned Wexner last night, for some reason I thought he was dead. So I just kind of blew it off. He's not. He is alive. We need to get his ass.
The FBI. Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files.
Wait, Jay Leno is dead?
The story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massey and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act. Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massey, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI sent scrubbed files. That means the survivor's statement to the FBI, naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded, they're all hidden. They're all redacted. It's a little bit of a farce. They're inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote unquote, unredacted files, but they've got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting these rich and powerful men, people I call part of the Epstein class? Why are we in a country where there is no elite accountability for people who do the most heinous things? You have in England the king now calling for an investigation and possible prosecution of his own brother. You have in Norway the princess who no longer has support to be the queen. And yet in the United
Prosecution is not enough. It's time for guillotines.
States of America, we have someone in the cabinet Howard Lutnick, who is all over these Epstein files, who allegedly had business with Epstein after he was convicted of pedophilia, and he still is in the cabinet. We need to ask ourselves, are we in America going to have elite accountability? Are we going to call on rich and powerful people who broke the law or cavorted with a pedophile, a convicted pedophile? Are we going to call them to account? Are we going to have prosecutions for billionaires who went to this island and either raped underage girls or saw underage girls being raped and didn't say anything? Are we going to have investigations? I'll tell you what this is about. It's not just about the 1,200 survivors. It's about 2 tiers of justice in America. It's about people who can accumulate wealth and power and don't have to care about the rest of America. They have destroyed so much of this country. Income inequality is at a 60-year high. Workers' salaries are less than they have been for 75 years as a part of GDP. Somehow this country seems to be working for the rich and powerful, but it's not working for ordinary working class Americans. I say enough. It's time to begin with accountability for the Epstein class. Hold them in front of Congress, those people who visited the island or did business with Epstein after he was a convicted
Well, there you go,
pedophile.
Mr. Elwood.
Investigate them, prosecute them, and let's return to democratic accountability in the United States of America. Let's return to one system of justice in the United States of America. Let's return to a place where every American has a stake in this country.
Oh, I've been muted the whole time. It doesn't seem like the Troll Patrol without the music. It doesn't have the same feel. I added new songs to it. And these songs, like the one that was playing just now, is one of the very first songs I've used, so it's been like 6 years. That song was playing as like January 6th was happening to me. That song played through like all of like COVID and like all the dark times. I try to always keep it fresh and add new tunes every so often. Like the one that's playing right now, also like one of the first ones I ever had. Oh, now I forgot what I was doing. Oh, Rokana named names. That was amazing. Thank you, Rokana. Let's go to Moskowitz. Moskowitz apparently talking about what he saw inside of the Epstein files. Also, there's a all these right-wingers are talking about Trump turned Epstein in. That totally didn't happen. We're gonna get into that.
Even in what we're seeing.
Here now joining us, Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz of Florida. He serves on the House Judiciary Committee. So, Congressman, you got a look at some of these files today. The Epstein Files Transparency Act only allowed the Justice Department to withhold the personal information of the victims, the survivors, and material that would jeopardize active federal investigations. Did the redactions that you saw comply with the law? And tell us what you saw that concerned you.
Well, thanks, Jake. Thanks for having me. First, let me say, obviously, we're all hoping for Savannah's mom's speedy return to her family. So first of all, you go into the Department of Justice today, you go to the 10th floor of a building, there's nobody who works on that floor. You go into a room with 4 computers. The system that they set up for us to view these documents has a 24-page handbook on how to use it. There's 2.7 million documents that you have to go through. There's no way to go through them unless you know what you're looking for by batch number. Try to match up the...
So what he's talking about is they have been allowed to view supposedly unredacted Epstein files since yesterday afternoon. But as we just heard from Ro Khanna on the floor, they basically took the files. Remember back last spring and summer, we heard that the FBI was combing through the files. They were basically going through and whitewashing them for mentions of Trump and many other powerful people.
Redacted document and look for it in an unredacted capacity. But first, let me say that today I saw a worldwide sex trafficking ring with people in other countries sourcing young children for Jeffrey Epstein, co-conspirators' names, men and women. Clearly other people that might be on the client list that are on text messages and emails. Over-redaction, dramatic over-redaction. It looks like intentionally so. And then documents that are still redacted. And when we asked why these were redacted, that's because they were submitted into this electronic system redacted. And the people that were at our disposal to ask those questions did not know why they were still redacted, Jake.
Could you identify any?
So yet again, the Justice Department not complying with the law passed by about a dozen Republicans and all of the Democrats, called the Epstein Transparency Act.
The names of individuals who are mentioned in the files that concern you, and if you're afraid of doing it with me now because of fear of lawsuit, there is the speech.
Goody mob, are you not hearing the Trump administration absolutely pulling a cover up here? It was every single Democrat and about a dozen Republicans, including Thomas Massie, to her credit, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, they signed on.
Debate clause of the Constitution, obviously you could go to the floor of the House and you could say it and not be sued. Can you tell us anybody?
Well, Jake, we have Pam Bondi coming to the Judiciary Committee hearing on Wednesday.
We will be watching Pam Bondi. That's going to start around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will be watching Pam Bondi testifying in front of Congress tomorrow.
As you mentioned, it's the first
right-wingers are morons.
Judiciary hearing. She's the only cabinet secretary yet to appear in the House on the Committee of Jurisdiction. And I think we're going to give her the opportunity to start naming people. I think that's what Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna have talked about. Obviously, these names need to come out. I think the DOJ needs to release an unredacted version of these documents while still keeping the victims' names secure. But there are clearly co-conspirators in here that they can name. Okay, I mean, in the documents I saw, we got pictures and their names. They're talking about sourcing girls. There's people in Paris. There's people in Russia. There's people in Czech sourcing girls for Jeffrey Epstein, and then other people talking about these girls being sent to them. They refer to them as, we're dropping the child off. I mean, it's really gross, Jake, on how these people are talking about this stuff in text message and email. I think the American people need to see it and understand that this is a worldwide network that Jeffrey Epstein was running.
I mean, for something like this to be pulled off, Tiffany, it has to come from the top.
Prepared to speak fully and honestly.
It has to come from the tippy top.
House Oversight Committee earlier, but she'll speak fully and honestly, but only if given clemency by President Trump. And her attorney, essentially at the same time, was saying, "Hey, Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person who could clear President Trump and President Clinton and say they're innocent of wrongdoing." Some people might see that as a quid pro quo. What was your reaction?
That's exactly what it is, Jake. First of all, why was she moved from the maximum security prison? Why did Todd Blanche move her?
Very good question.
I hope we get an answer from Pam Bondi on Wednesday. Nobody seems to know why she was moved. Who directed that? What was that exchange for? By the way, when she talked to Todd Blanche, she didn't claim any Fifth Amendment privilege. And so her right to remain silent. So all of a sudden now, I mean, this is another failed, Comer, hearing that he has where he says Ghislaine Maxwell's coming in to talk and we're going to get the truth, and when we get nothing. She needs to go back to that maximum security prison. There should be no deal for clemency for her to bail anybody out. But at the end of the day, we need to know why she was given this deal, why she was moved, what did she trade for, and what does the administration know that they're not telling us?
Evil, welcome in.
Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz of Florida, thanks so much. Always good to have you on.
Join us now.
So that was Moskowitz talking about what he saw from the Epstein files. Howard Lutnick testified in front of the Senate. This is the Banking Committee? I'm not sure which committee this is, but this is Senator Jeff Van Holland. This is the one. Holland was the one that went to El Salvador to meet with the guy that wrongfully got sent down to the torture prison by the Trump administration.
Why did the Epstein files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit
Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary,
with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012?
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear.
Now, Lutnick had previously stated that he and his wife met with Epstein around 2005 and that they were both very creeped out by him and then never had a relationship with him. But after this last tranche of Epstein files was dumped, we found out that Lutnick had been in business with Epstein all the way up through the 2010s, and they were very buddy-buddy. So, is he getting ready to perjure himself in front of Congress?
That I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York, right? And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall. 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him. And then a year and a half after that, I met him, and never again. Probably the total, and you've seen all of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents, there may be 10 emails connecting me with him, probably about 10 emails connecting me with him over a 14-year period. I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that person. Okay?
Secretary Lutnick,
that person.
I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your...
Does he think we're stupid?
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
Your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children. And we had lunch.
Sounds sick and perverse.
That is true, for an hour. And we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife, all together. We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's not an indication that you yourself engaged in any wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the fact that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements, suggesting that you'd cut off all contact when in fact you had not. When you visited the private island, did you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
The only thing I saw with my wife and my children and the other...
Saying you took your children to Epstein Island does not sound good. It's like he's literally using his wife and children as a human shield. Like, I couldn't have been doing anything wrong. I was there with my wife and children. God.
A couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And you realize that, you know, this visit took place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you
took your children. He had been convicted. He was a sex offender. You took your children to a sex offender's island. And you're being very emphatic about it right now.
that this was a bad person in 2005. And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution of a minor. And yet you went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, that's there's nothing to that. Is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was...
You didn't take your kids to meet Woody Allen?
Look, I looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And
No, everybody else did not look through the Epstein documents for their names. I assure you, most of America did not look through the Epstein documents for their names. There was no worry on my part that I was in the Epstein documents.
I found there was a document that says that I had a meeting with him on in May, I think, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
All right.
It was a dinner with Bill Cosby, Woody Allen, Roman Polanski.
There's also a reference to the
This is not funny. I should not be laughing.
interest in meeting your nanny. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. It had nothing to do with me.
No
as far as
interaction
I
at
know.
all with him on that.
No.
Epstein met with his
Would you, Mr.
nanny.
Secretary, be willing to ensure that the file is complete to share with this committee and the Congress your own records, any records you have that relate to Jeffrey Epstein?
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing.
I don't believe you. It's time for guillotines. Rokon and naming, 6 names? The other night, France 24/7 had a list of the 9 billionaires that they knew about that went to that were in the Epstein files. It was Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Sergey Brin, Mark Zuckerberg. Who else was on the list? There's a couple others. Just real high profile names. It was 9. Tim Cook. Add those 9, and then the other 6 that Ro Khanna threw out. That's the first 15. It's time for guillotines. Ex-police chief. We'll work our way down to Puffy, but I mean, we're starting with the Epstein class, the billionaire class. Billionaires. Tim Apple. Yes. Tim Apple, apparently associated with Jeffrey Epstein. A Palm Beach sheriff? Palm Beach police chief, according to the Epstein files, said that Trump was the one that snitched on Epstein.
This morning, a new document coming to light claims in the mid-2000s, President Trump called police about
American flag. Yes, lines are open. 917-830-4359. We would love to hear from you. We're coming up on 4:20 in the Central Time Zone in about 10 minutes. But we'll say fuck Central Time Zone people to take a phone call. Especially if your name is American Flag. No flag is large enough to hide the shame of a man in cuffs. Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on, my friend?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm doing okay. It's refreshing to not be asked off the bat who I'm voting for or who I plan on voting for, because that seems to be a stipulation for a lot of these people on YouTube.
Well, I mean, like, we don't really have an election coming up. Oh, God, they redeemed no cursing on me. Fuck. Makes it hard. I mean, do you want to... You're the one talking about who you want to vote. Like, is that something that's on your mind? Do you want to talk about who you voted for? Or?
No. So here's the way I see things is that I think that we're being occupied by AIPAC, and it doesn't really matter the whole left and right thing. I feel like the best thing that we can do, if we honestly want to see some changes and not just a bunch of like smoke and mirrors, like watching, Congress, question people that are obviously, guilty. And I'm pretty sure none of them are going to do any serious time.
Can you tell me who you're talking about specifically?
Well, I'm talking about the people involved with Epstein Island, the politicians, celebrities.
There seems to be more tech bros and finance guys as opposed to celebrities, but there are some celebrities.
Yeah, that's true. But
billionaires, a lot of billionaires, and several, like one was a sultan, like the names that Ro Connor read off. There were several foreign billionaires, including a sultan.
Yeah. It's not surprising, man. I mean, you think of the Catholic Church, what they got away with, right?
Well, yeah, but the Catholic Church did face a reckoning, and people were put in jail. We got multi-million-dollar settlements.
Yeah. Okay.
It probably wasn't enough, and what is enough to cover that kind of trauma that the Catholic Church inflicted on people? But that shouldn't discourage us from seeking justice as best we can, right?
No, absolutely. I just think there's better ways.
Like what?
But now that you mention that, you think of like all of these commercials that you see. First, it was the Boy
I don't
Scouts
really
of
watch
America.
a lot of commercials, so.
Yeah, well, I don't watch. I normally don't watch politics just because I know what it really is. But
what is politics really? I want to get into this. What do you think politics really is?
It's a charade. It's a bunch of actors. I believe the actual people who are calling the shots aren't people who are in front of people on TV. Like for me, the deep state is made up of like the FCC, the CIA, the Security and Exchange Commission.
Well, that's not really a deep state. That's just bureaucracy.
Yeah, but they enact laws like through regulations, and you can't fire them. Neither can the president.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Like, you're talking about like the SEC chair, like they're appointed to a 10-year term,
and
it's so that like it overlaps presidential administrations. So supposedly it would take politics out of it, right?
So, did I hear correctly? We give Israel $18 billion
hold on.
a year?
Before we move on to Israel, and I probably agree with you, especially about AIPAC. But I would like to talk to you about the fact that you said it was a charade in terms of politics. What if I told you that I was the news director for 9 radio stations? I was a writer for the 3rd largest circulated newspaper in the state that I lived in. This was back when I was like 21, 22, 23 in this time period. This was in Kentucky, and I know Mitch McConnell personally. I met the governor. I met at the time the other senator from Kentucky was Jim Bunning. The senators from West Virginia were Senator Jay Rockefeller and Robert Byrd. Were the senators from West Virginia. I know them. I knew them personally. They both passed away since. I've met Clinton. I had press credentials to cover Bush. And I can tell you that it's not a charade. It is literally just human beings. And when it comes to politicians are usually sociopathic. Those are the only people that can stand the kind of, mudslinging, and you got to have thick skin. You got to be able to try to weave together all these different constituencies. So it produces people that are fucking sociopathic. That's the only people that can really succeed at the highest level of politics. But it really is just human beings. There's no mythical cabal, there's no deep state. Like, I don't like the idea that there's some cartel running things when it's really just, all the billionaires that have the money in the country. They pretty much get to call the shots because they bought the politicians. It's pretty simple.
I heard a statistic that I think 94% of the people who are voted into office or who have the most funding in their campaign, 94% end up being in office. So yeah, but
that's why one of my biggest issues is getting money out of politics. I think we should have public financing of campaigns. That way you only get public servants. You don't get people that are trying to get rich.
Okay. So you did say you agreed that AIPAC is occupying our government, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean. Like, once again, I want to get money out of politics. I don't want to concentrate on one organization. AIPAC is doing the same thing every other organization is doing, and they're all fucking evil. We need to get money out of politics, and the very first thing that we can work on is the overturning of the Citizens United. So we basically need to pass some kind of constitutional amendment that states that corporations can't spend unlimited amounts of money in campaigns as long as they're a PAC that isn't directly associated with a candidate, which is, as Dip just said, dark money. That's the very first thing that we can do. Get dark money, PAC money, Citizens United. That case specifically was decided in 2012, 2013. The actual case is, and amazingly enough, it involves Hillary Clinton. It's Citizens United v. Clinton, I think is the name of the full case. And it was about this just complete smear job that this organization did on Hillary Clinton, just sheer propaganda lying about her, but they said that they had a right to air that. And in the Supreme Court ruling that they could, they stated that pretty much money is speech and corporations are people, and you can't limit the amount that corporations can spend on a cause. There's still campaign finance limits on specific individuals in politics, but you can label yourself, America First PAC, and we're about making America great again. We don't support any individual candidate, but we absolutely fund commercials that help Donald Trump. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked to see. Well, I'm not going to say shocked, but it was very humorous. I would say I was watching the Super Bowl, and then there's a commercial that came on. It was an anti-Semitism commercial, and I'm thinking that.
I heard about the anti-Semitism one. I didn't see it. I did see the Jesus one though, because we watched the Super Bowl commercials here on my stream, and the Jesus one made me laugh really hard.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but yeah, it's painfully obvious that, you know, the people who paid for that commercial are the same people who are, you know, buying out all the politicians, which is, you know, the reason
You're
that our
getting
taxpayers-
dangerously close to the Jews control everything, and that makes me very uncomfortable.
Okay, well, how do you feel about was it a senator who had an Israeli IDF uniform on?
Oh, brother, the IDF is evil. The Israeli government is beyond the fucking pale. Like, but once again, most Jews in America don't support the Israeli government. So, equating AIPAC and Israel's actions with, you know, anti-Semitism is where I start like, whoa here. What are we trying to do?
Yeah, no, there's definitely a difference between Zionism. I understand that.
Oh, absolutely.
And,
you can be anti-Zionist and still be like, I have Jewish friends. Jewish people are my favorite comedians and entertainers are Jewish.
Yeah, and I hear people definitely of the Jewish faith that are against Zionism, and I would
say it's the majority. When we had a lot of the campus protests that politicians tried to label, that politicians on both sides tried to label as anti-Semitic, a lot of them were led by like Jewish Voices for Peace. So it was really weird. Like, Jewish people were really overrepresented in the anti-Israel protests.
So, okay, so like, do you feel because we're not allowed to speak out against, you know, we have free speech for everything except for speaking out against Israel?
We
right?
do? What? Huh?
Yeah,
You're not allowed to speak out against it. You're not doing it right now?
Well, I am, but it's something that I believe has been like a law that's been created or something like that. I mean, obviously people are going to say what they want to say, but yeah, like anti-Semitism or it has become a thing where you can't speak bad about Israel.
There are certain states where, like, if you're a part of an organization, the organization can't take a stance against Israel if it receives federal money, and they've been trying to challenge that, and it's one of the reasons what it's called the boycott and divest movement, BDS. Boycott, divest, and sanction. You should really look into that movement.
Okay.
You should look up a man by the name of Norman Finkelstein. You should go follow him.
So you said you were a journalist?
I was the news director of 9 radio stations. I was a dumbass and hadn't had the proper training to be a journalist when I was doing those jobs. Because this was the early 2000s and radio was becoming irrelevant, and I'm more or less just a warm body to do the job that nobody else wanted to do at a time when radio was becoming irrelevant. So, journalist? No, I consider myself a comedian and a shock jock.
Okay.
But then again, you know, like, if I always call myself a comedian and do a show with a troll head, I may talk about a lot of politics and philosophical issues, but ultimately I can always be like, I do a show with a troll head. Don't take me fucking seriously, right?
So let me ask you, have you heard of Christopher Boland?
I have not.
He was a journalist in New York, and he wrote a book called Solving 9/11, The Deception That Changed the World. And
ooh, now we're getting into some territory here. Okay, what's this about?
So in the book, the one of the first things that he mentioned were the I think they were referred to in the media as like the dancing not Israelis, Palestinians or something like that. But later it was revealed that they were actually Israelis, but they were filming what had happened, the whole event. And also, he had mentioned.
Do you think planes hit the towers?
I think the plane. I think. So yeah, I think that they did.
Oh, come on, man. If you're gonna hit me with conspiracy theories, hit me with like a good one, man. Tell me there were missiles or something.
Well, okay, I'm going to say this.
Jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. Come on.
Well, no. Yeah. Absolutely, it doesn't. And you have people who specialized in buildings and aircrafts, and they all agreed that the whole molten lava coming out of the building.
All of this has been debunked, my brother. See, I used to be a 9/11 conspiracy theorist, and then I went back to college, and my philosophy classes made me have to question my beliefs really hard. There's no way 9/11 could have been anything other than, terrorists hijacked airplanes and flew them into buildings. We all saw it with our own eyes.
Well, okay, so you're aware of Building 7, of course.
Yes. Do you want me to explain Building 7 to you? What do you think happened with Building 7?
Well, on national television, and there was a UK reporter who was reporting on the building, and he had said before Building 7 even came down that it had already come down, and in the background you could find the footage. That they brought, or the tower was still up, and Silverstein apparently made a bunch of money.
Could it have been possible that it had been collapsing on the backside that you weren't seeing on the camera? Yes, sir.
No, it was a demolition.
No, it wasn't. I assure you, it wasn't a demolition.
No.
Building 7 came down because it had been on fire all day, and it had been pummeled with debris from the tower that fell earlier on top of it.
That's
literally what happened. You're talking to somebody who read the 9/11 Commission report. That's how big of a fucking nerd I am. I owned the shit.
That's fine. But the commission, like I was saying, Christopher Bolin, one of the things he says is
And who is Christopher Bolin?
I'm sorry?
And who is Christopher Bolin?
He's a journalist. He had to flee
What does
the
that
country.
mean? What's his credentials as a journalist?
As a journalist?
Remember how I told you that I don't consider myself a journalist? I'm honest and ethical. A lot of people call themselves journalists and they aren't honest or ethical, and they are literally trying to sell you a load of horse shit because you'll believe it.
So
do you feel me? Like they try to get you upset and sensationalized over topics. Because let me tell you, a conspiracy theory of I find the whole royal family attacking us on 9/11 to be fucking insane. I think real life is better than the conspiracy theory, but it's a little bit harder to understand than, Bush did 9/11 or, it was a controlled demolition by Finkelstein or whatever. Like, those sensational stories, those sell better. That's easier to put into a book and get idiots to believe. Do you understand?
So,
extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Would you agree with that?
Well, the footage speaks for itself. I mean, Building 7 was a demolition, period. It wasn't a fire that brought that building down.
Have you you ever, okay, so you believe that. Have you ever thought to maybe Google Building 7 debunked and watch other perspectives and like let an engineer explain to you why you're wrong?
Yeah, and the
No. Go and find a reputable source. Popular Mechanics, I think, has a video on it. Popular Mechanics is a great organization, and they will explain scientifically what happens step by step. Go and watch that and challenge yourself before you have these beliefs.
Yeah. So, there have been people who have come out. Have you ever seen Trading Places? It was a movie
with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah. So the guy who made that movie did an interview with Alex Jones. And in the interview,
Alex Jones is a fucking moron. Anything Alex Jones says, you should not believe.
Yeah, okay. But
no, seriously. I got another call. I'm gonna let you go, my friend. We're gonna move on to somebody else. Have a good one.
Okay, buddy.
Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on?
Hi.
Well, I lost you. You're welcome to call back. Cancel culture, welcome in. Gregory, I hope you're doing well. Alex Jones has been right about what? Well, I mean, I did a video just the other day where Alex Jones was absolutely right. I talked about how, masked men were coming to your neighborhood to terrorize you, to declare martial law. Everything Alex Jones said in the 2000s absolutely did come to pass. He's just cheering it on now. He went from telling us the government was going to declare martial law and it was a bad thing and we should be worried about it, to cheering on and saying Donald Trump should be declaring martial law. It's insane.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I assure you the Pentagon was hit by a plane. I'm sorry. Trump called the police on Jeffrey Epstein.
This morning, a new document coming to light claims in the mid-2000s, President Trump called police about Jeffrey Epstein. Among the 3 million Epstein files released by the Department of Justice last month is a 4-page FBI report on an interview the Bureau conducted in 2019 with the man believed to be former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder. Ryder and his detectives began investigating Epstein for human trafficking in 2004. According to the document, Trump called Ryder around that time and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Ryder also says Trump said he threw Epstein out of his club and he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present and Trump got the hell out of there. The former police chief says Trump told him to focus on Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she is evil.
Did you have any suspicions that he was molesting?
Okay, so if we are to believe that Trump thought that Ghislaine Maxwell was evil, why did he wish her well? It doesn't make any sense.
Young women, underage women.
I had no idea.
Trump has long denied having any knowledge of Epstein's crimes,
and so he says he didn't know that he was trafficking women, but yet this dude is saying he did. So Trump is contradicting the report that says that he knew.
Evil.
Did you have any suspicions that he was molesting young women,
No, I had no
underage women?
idea. I had no idea.
Trump has long denied having any knowledge of Epstein's crimes, but Reiter says Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Epstein. Maxwell appeared from prison for a congressional deposition yesterday. The convicted child sex trafficker was grilled about Epstein's crimes.
Can you please provide us with all?
What? Okay, you say I won't believe it because it involves Trump. Like, who am I supposed to believe? Trump or the dude that says that Trump was cleared? Because Trump just contradicted him. From Trump's own mouth, he's saying he didn't do it. What am I supposed to think about that?
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
So do I believe Trump or do I believe the Palm Beach County Chief of Police who tried to clear him in 2019, by the way? That's when he said that, in 2019.
The names of other additional co-conspirators to the crimes perpetuated by you and Jeffrey Epstein.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
She invoked the Fifth Amendment after every question.
Her tits were not that big in any of the other pictures. Like, did she have work done after she's been in jail?
A titty slap!
Come on now.
Maxwell's lawyer says she is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. Meanwhile, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick faces bipartisan calls to resign over new revelations about his relationship with Epstein long after Epstein pleaded guilty to sex crimes. The Commerce Department saying Mr. and Mrs. Lutnick met Jeffrey Epstein in 2005 and had very limited interactions with him over the next 14 years. Overseas, King Charles is breaking his silence about his brother, former Prince Andrew, since the new revelations and the latest Epstein files release. King Charles now saying he is ready to support police as they look into a claim that Andrew shared confidential material with Epstein back when Andrew was a trade envoy. The palace saying the king has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions his profound concern at allegations which continue to come to light in respect to Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct. Back in Washington,
and this may end up with Keir Starmer stepping down from the prime ministership. So far, he's been able to remain in his post, but we could see Labor oust him, but they have nobody in the bullpen, so to say.
Of Congress were able to view unredacted versions of the Epstein files yesterday.
There were tons of completely unnecessary redactions in addition to the failure to redact the names of victims.
Republican Thomas Massie and Democrat Ro Khanna say the DOJ redacted several names of men they say should be revealed without redactions. Massie is threatening to read the names on the House floor, but says he'll give the Justice Department time to respond.
I think we need to give the DOJ a chance to go back through and correct.
Ro Khanna read six of the names
General
earlier.
Todd Blanche accuses those lawmakers of grandstanding. He says the DOJ is changing those redactions.
Now, also leading me to believe that Trump did not snitch on Epstein back in the 2000s would be this little snippet from Representative Violence. I always get her name wrong.
Just wanted to ask you, have you had a chance to review any of the unredacted files over at the DOJ, the Epstein files?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I just came from there.
What can you tell us?
There's a bunch of sick fucks.
And
Violent. Rebecca Violent.
Don't know. I feel like that's pretty well established.
A bunch of sick fucks.
I think the part that is just so disgusting is that so many people knew.
Did he have any ties to any intelligence agencies? We've established some in our reporting, but wanted to know based on the
I
file.
only had about a half hour, so I'm going to go back again tomorrow.
Okay.
So mostly today I was just trying to go through a couple documents that was particularly interested in finding out.
What were those?
One was related to whether or not Trump, had ever kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, as he claimed.
What'd you find?
It's not true.
It's a lie.
It's a lie.
I always thought it was a lie because Trump never said it. Trump's always acted like it was a lie. Senator Cynthia Loomis of Wyoming. I think we are getting somewhere with this. This Epstein release is having an impact. This is Republican Senator Cynthia Loomis from Wyoming.
I've not been one of the members who has glommed onto this as an issue. I've sort of intentionally deferred to others to find out about it. But 9-year-old victims, that's...
All over the world, Moscow is saying too, it was sort of like a real global network that they're now getting to see on these 4 terminals they have house-side.
Wow. Well, initially, my reaction to all this was, I don't care. I don't know what the big deal is. But now, I see what the big deal is, and it was worth investigating, and the members of Congress.
She sees what the big deal is. Marjorie Taylor Greene, when she was briefed on the files, it fundamentally changed her. She left Congress. We can't let this rest.
That have been pushing this, we're not wrong. So that's really my only reaction. I've not been one of the members who has glommed on.
Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno also expressing the same sort of sentiments as Senator Loomis after viewing the materials.
Hey, Senator. So Jamie Raskin reviewed the unredacted Epstein files earlier and said that there was a 9-year-old that's been a victim now that he saw for the files. Like,
who said that?
Jamie Raskin.
Who's that?
There are a bunch of House oversight folks who are seeing the unredacted files.
Is that the guy with the really bad haircut?
Hey, Senator.
Oh, no, Moreno did not respond the way Loomis did. He made a comment about Raskin's hair, which, by the way, is growing back because he lost his hair when he had cancer treatment. That's the kind of faith and family Republicans we have in office.
Hey, Senator. So Jamie Raskin reviewed the unredacted Epstein files earlier and said that there was a 9-year-old that's been a victim now that he saw for the files. Like,
who said that?
Jamie Raskin.
Who's that?
There are a bunch of House oversight folks who are seeing the unredacted files.
Is that the guy with the really bad haircut?
You hear about a 9-year-old trafficking victim, and your first response is to make a joke about someone's haircut. You think you're on the troll patrol or something? What the fuck? Let's talk about the royal family. We've gone over the ripple waves that the Epstein release has had across the globe.
Breaking its silence over new allegations that former Prince Andrew shared sensitive information with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I'm not high enough for this
quote,
shit.
Ready to support the police as they look into claims that his brother shared confidential material with the convicted sex offender back when Andrew was a trade envoy. Buckingham Palace released a statement saying, quote, the king has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions his profound concerns at allegations which continue to come to light in respect to Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct. Former Prince Andrew has repeatedly denied wrongdoing with respect to Epstein. Now Prince William and Princess Kate are also speaking out, saying they're deeply concerned and focused on the victims. ABC News royal contributor Victoria Murphy has the latest on that from London.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer that Andrew
London
was involved in all this
major
bullshit.
scandal now surrounding the royal family.
Good morning, Diane. Well, this all over the front pages again today. A lot of scrutiny on the royal family. And I have to say, you know, we've been covering this now for many, many years. But this is the most pressure I think I have ever seen the royal family as a whole under over this. We have never seen them heckled in the way that we have.
T-Dub says, free Chauvin. Did you know that Derek Chauvin was also committing tax fraud? Did you know that Derek Chauvin was also convicted of assaulting I think he was 15 years old, charged with civil rights violations? Derek Chauvin violated the Constitution. proven and good. Like, you could free Derek Chauvin on the state murder charge, so Trump ain't got the power to free him. He ain't getting freed. But there are still the federal civil rights charges. There's the tax charges. Like, that's what like blows my mind is George Floyd was accused of having a counterfeit $20 bill. It wasn't counterfeit, by the way. It wasn't counterfeit. But the cop that killed him had been committing tens of thousands of dollars of tax evasion. This is America. That's the country we live in. I bet Holiday. If any of you would like to talk to me, the number is 917-830-4359. We're about 30 minutes away from 4:20 in the Mountain Time Zone. The Rainbow Marxists. I'm not even a Marxist. That's one of the, like, I own my own business. I work for myself. I'm a capitalist. You're not. If you have a boss, you clock into work, you're not actually a capitalist. Now, people may say I'm not a capitalist because I don't have capital. By the strictest definition, I own my means of production. Stickers. Mountain Time Zone's the best time zone. But in a sense, that's also not true because I don't own my software anymore. I rent it from Adobe. I rent my storage space in the cloud. There's a lot of things I rent for my business, unfortunately. You used to own your software, like, and to be fair, I like a lot of the advantages of the Adobe service. It's a service now. And it helps me out with my business, but a lot of the shit doesn't work the way it's supposed to. And that's a little annoying. Go for some Mountain Dew time zone. I went through a phase for about a year where I liked Mountain Dew, and other than that, it's like sickening sweet. Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, big guy? How are you?
Oh, I love your voice.
Hey, I wanted to ask you.
Can you turn your stream down? I kind of hear me in the background there.
Yeah, I'm going to turn you down back here.
Yeah. You ever thought about doing radio or live DJing or something?
I'm a platinum artist. I'm a famous rapper from Brooklyn, New York. When you get a chance, Google me. I'm Chewbacca.
Chewbacca? Hell yeah, Chewbacca. Yeah. Hey, man. If you ever, I will do a video for you for cheap. I'll do some music production for you just because I want it in my portfolio. I do all these corporate fucking shit gigs all the time. I want to do some music because I love music, man.
I'm the one who just wrote on there. I love this guy already.
I love you. Oh man, hell yeah. Do you smoke?
I've got Elton John on my new album. I've got some pretty. I'm the first rapper to ever work with Metallica. My first album sold 2.5 million records in 2002, and I was watching you, and I said, I'd like to be able to ask you a question.
Oh, ask away, my friend. Should I smoke before or after you ask?
Well, I'm about to light up. I just got something from the dispensary myself.
Hell yeah, let's light up, my friend. Light one up, tip one back, as I always say.
You got it, Captain. I'm 51 years old. I'm from Brooklyn, but I was wondering. I just started, like, my whole life I grew up listening to the whole Palestinian Israeli conflict, and I never knew what that was about. And then recently I started finding out what it was about, and I started seeing that, and this is not me being funny, but the Jews own everything. They own everything. They own everything. Every company. They own BlackRock, Vanguard. They own all the radio stations. They own all of the TV stations. They own all of the food companies. They own all of the sodas. They own everything. And then I started seeing this Israeli talk about having 1 billion machines in the tip of a syringe and how they can put it in a person and fix a person with nanomite robots. And I'm thinking, wouldn't that be easy to apply in all of these products that you own? They own Pepsi, they own Coca-Cola, they own Sprite, they own everything. And then I just seen that in their Bible it says that we are animals if we are not Jewish.
Man, like I want to, because I'm from the South. Coca-Cola is out of Georgia, and it is very much a Southern conservative company. It is not Jewish.
Pepsi is.
I don't even think Pepsi is.
Oh yeah, they are. They bought. See, what happens is it doesn't start off as a Jewish company. None of them did. But they eventually buy, like what they just did with TikTok. They just bought TikTok. And so now you can't say anything on TikTok about what's going on in Gaza.
It had always been that way. TikTok was very hard on... Well, I don't, a lot of people, they talked about Gaza and shit on there, but like I found with me personally that anytime I talked about anything violence, any kind of, I had one video where a kid was just waving a gun. Like I had a video of a 3-year-old had a gun out in front of an apartment waving it around. TikTok gave me a community strike for that. Like it doesn't like violence, period, as opposed to being anything, specifically targeted at a group.
Right, and they have some strict. They definitely have strict.
Okay, before we go any further, and I am sympathetic to your cause about record labels and shit. Like, do you know about the whole story about Michael Jackson and his fight?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So like, MJ was my boy. I loved MJ. But let's go back to the Jewish thing, because like I want to keep things straight and not venture into anti-Semitism and understand the historical context of where we came from. Right. Did you know that throughout the 1800s in Europe, Jewish people were banned from a lot of normal jobs in society because of anti-Semitism against them, and like the two industries that they could really go into were finance and entertainment.
Well, there's two different kind of Jews, and this is one thing we have to be clear about.
There's a gazillion different kinds of Jews, man. Just like there's Pentecostal, Methodist, Southern Baptist, and blah blah. There's a gazillion kinds of Jews. The same way there's a gazillion kinds of Muslims.
But what I mean by two different kind is there's one kind that says that Jesus Christ is burning in hell, and that Mary was a whore.
Man, I've been around a lot of Jewish people, and I've never heard them say that Jesus Christ is in hell.
It's in their Bible. It's in the Bible. It says that he's burning in hell forever. It's in their Bible. Like, I think you should do a little
Whoa. It's not in their Bible. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm atheist. I don't.
Okay. Well, their Bible is the Old Testament. There's nothing about Jesus in the Old Testament.
No, there are three. They have 3 different Bibles.
Oh, you're the Book of Maccabee and all that shit.
No, not the Book of Maccabee. They're different books, and the main book is it quotes like Jabba something that
Jabba the Hutt.
No, that all goy, even the best of goyim should be killed. It says that you could have sex with a kid. In their Bible, this is all out now. It's coming out, and it's all viral. Like if you get on Instagram or Facebook, everybody's posting it. Like all of the rules from their Bible. It says that we're all animals and that we're their slaves. It also says that they're going to fight. In their Bible, it says there's going to be a war that Israel's going to fight the entire world, and they're going to win. I mean, there's a lot that's coming out. Jeffrey Epstein was a part of this whole empire, and he was very important. And there's footage, there's pictures now showing him walking in Tel Aviv alive with a beard.
That's not real. That's not real, my friend. The first thing we need to do is we need to take a step back and learn that we need to be incredibly skeptical of every single thing that we see on the internet. Full stop. 100%.
Right. They did that for that reason, so that we wouldn't know what was real and what was fake anymore. And it's working. It's working.
No, I'm pretty sure I know what's real and what's fake.
The CGI these days is pretty impressive, brother.
Okay, the picture you just said about Jeffrey Epstein, I've seen the original picture from when he was alive that they added the beard to, you know? Like, that's how I know that the picture is fake.
Right, but what I'm saying, I'm not talking about that picture. I'm talking about the picture where when he's still alive, he's got his shirt off, and he has that famous tattoo on his arm of the barbed wire. That barbed wire tattoo. Everybody knows it. That's his tattoo.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you Google Jeffrey Epstein tattoo, it'll show you a picture with him with his shirt off that he took a long time ago, and he's got a tattoo on his arm. That same arm is in the picture where he's on the stretcher and he's dead, and there's no tattoo. No tattoo at all. And you got to think about it this way as well.
There's no picture of him on a stretcher dead.
No, there's a picture of him dead in a hospital, on a hospital bed. There is a picture. You can
Brother,
look at
I do
now.
the news every night. I would know if that exists. That's not. You've seen fake pictures.
No, I'll send you.
You have to be skeptical of everything that you see on the internet. You must automatically assume everything you see is false, and then you have to look it up and verify it through multiple different sources. Because you had to have seen so many death hoaxes in your life, right? Like this celebrity died. Then no, I'm not dead. You know, it goes wild on the truth. A lie spreads all the way around the world before the truth even has a chance to put its shoes on, right?
Right.
So we need to be
absolutely.
incredibly skeptical. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Am I? Because
right.
you're believing bullshit without extraordinary evidence.
No, but there is extraordinary evidence, and I think that I've done my.
You just
research.
told me that a picture of Jeffrey Epstein that I know for a fact is fake is real.
Well, I challenge you to go look it up, and I challenge.
But I did the
and
story last night and showed the original picture and the fake picture. I showed how it was AI generated. Like I already did this.
But there is a couple of pictures with him laying on a stretcher in the hospital room. Dead.
There are no pictures of him on a stretcher. I assure you, if those existed, I would have known about them.
Well, I think it's a hospital bed. I don't know if it's.
You've just seen a fake picture, my friend.
Oh wow, it's possible.
It is absolutely possible, and that's why I just want you to have a healthy dose of skepticism about everything you see on the internet. And if you see something that seems like a wild claim, like, oh, I can't believe that's true, you should look it up because it's probably not true, because everything on the internet is incentivized to like try to be as sensational as possible to get you to click on it. They're begging for your attention, and they're gonna lie to you, they're gonna fucking scam you, and like we need to be really discerning about what we believe.
What about these files that just came out, like the 3 million files and all of this stuff that's been redacted? The people who actually, this one guy who said something like, "Yeah, let's get some, wash your hands after, and let's get some pizza and grape soda," and that guy's name is redacted. It's like, why are you redacting the people who are doing the bad thing?
We just showed Rokana. And last night we went over with Thomas Massey about how they were upset at the redactions that didn't follow the laws. The Trump administration continuing to cover it up. He told Marjorie Taylor Greene that his friends would be embarrassed if this information came out. So these are Trump's buddies. At the very least, Trump is covering up for his buddies if he didn't, commit pedophilia himself.
Right, I agree. I just want to say thank you very much for doing what you're doing, because you're inspirational. I'm famous, but I look at you and you're famous to me. Because you up here, you're spewing the truth. You know,
I am
and
not
you-
inspirational in any way. I am just a dumb
Well,
fuck
to me,
stoner running my mouth.
No, to me, look, I'm a famous rapper from Brooklyn, and for me, you're
I can't wait. The
inspirational
chat
because,
told me
you
you're
know,
really good. They've already like posted you in the chat and everything. I can't wait to listen to you.
You're awesome. I just wanted to call you, and I seen you hit the bow, and I was about to roll up. I said, let me call him up and give him a little combo. Well, I appreciate your time, man.
Hell
It's
yeah, I
most
love
valuable
it, man. Give me some love on the YouTube. Give me a like and subscribe to the channel. I can't wait to check out your stuff.
thing. You got it, Captain. You have a good one.
Appreciate you. Chewbacca, right? That's what you said?
2 O's, 2 K's.
2 O's, 2 K's. Chewbacca, 2 O's, 2 K's.
You got it.
Oh, you're awesome. Thank you, man.
Peace out, brother.
I don't know what to say. I'm flattered. Thank you. But his mind is cooked. No. I understand. In a world as crazy as we live in, we resort to conspiracy theories to make it make sense sometimes. It's easier to believe there's some cabal that's in control of everything than all of this shit is just randomly happening. And pedophiles are running the country, and we actually have the power to change it if we do something. Thank you, Flash. Appreciate you. I have not heard of any drone footage over Little St. James Island, and I would assume if it was real, I would have heard about it. But that doesn't discount that it could possibly be real, and I just didn't see it. But I have religiously done the news for most of my adult life. And I have a bad memory, and it's probably a lot to do with the marijuana I smoke, but also I think friends have told me not to blame it on the pot. I just have a bad memory. But I'm usually pretty good at remembering events and news events and shit I've covered. Might be a little foggy on the details and need to ring my bell a little bit. Saving Private Ryan, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on, my friend?
Yeah, hey, watching you live here on YouTube.
Hey, bro, did you hit the like button?
Tell me how you feel about the whole Bitcoin thing. I'm heavily invested. Do you think the Epstein stuff's gonna tank Bitcoin market?
Has it rebounded yet? I'm not a finance guy. I'll go ahead and say that up front. Numbers boggle my mind. I'm not a math guy, not a finance guy. I know it took a dip, like lost 10% on Monday. Has it bounced back?
No, it's down to 68,000 today.
Oh, that's what? That's about 13% of its value it lost?
24% this month.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I would hug you if I could. I would tell you, in my experience, if you can afford to wait it out, you will probably come out better after the dip. But can you afford to do that?
I mean that's for sure. But you know, they say crypto has a 4-year cycle. Every 4 years there's a price correction, and then it comes back stronger. I think the one differentiating factor is they're saying Epstein is behind the Bitcoin and is one of the founders. And if it's proven true in the Epstein files, then Bitcoin's going to zero. All institutional money's coming out.
Well, how much of a factor was it? Because I have heard of his connection to Bitcoin, and apparently, like with the founder of Bitcoin, Might have been on Epstein Island or some shit.
Right. And they're saying rumors are going around that Epstein is the private holder of the 1 million Bitcoin file. Yeah, man, I don't know. I'll just say this: I had $190,000 in Bitcoin a month ago, and I've got less than 90,000 in Bitcoin today.
I mean, ideally, you wanted to sell before the dip happened and then buy back in on the dip. Ideally, but you clearly missed that. I would assume it evens out and it plateaus and it doesn't dip any further, but I don't fucking know. Because I would assume it comes back and it'll be stronger than before.
Hopefully, man. I mean, I stopped my automatic trades. I for the last 2 years, I've been doing a $30 a day automatic investment, and I've stopped that since this most recent tanking of 24%.
Had you been getting a return on it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
See,
I don't know, man, but good chatting with you.
See, I've always wanted to dabble in Bitcoin, but I'm not smart enough when it comes to finance to take advantage of that. And here's the craziest part is I edit for like multiple financial channels and financial planners and crypto people and shit. So I do not understand it though.
Yeah. Well, we shall pray, man. Good show.
Well, I am sorry that you lost that much value, but I'm not the one to listen to. Do not take financial advice from Freakin. But I would assume you're going to come out of it better. It's going to rebound.
Amen.
Because it always does. But brother, take care. Thank you for calling in.
Thanks. Bye.
We've had some amazing calls today. We're about 13 minutes from 4:20 in the Mountain Time Zone. The royal family under scrutiny amid new allegations.
The families breaking its silence over new allegations that former Prince Andrew shared sensitive information with Jeffrey Epstein. King Charles says he's, quote, ready to support the police as they look into claims that his brother shared confidential material with the convicted sex offender back when Andrew was a trade on.
Oh, he's a Chucky too.
Buckingham Palace released a statement saying, quote, the king has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions his profound concerns at allegations which continue to come to light in respect to Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct. Former Prince Andrew has repeatedly denied wrongdoing with respect to Epstein. Now Prince William and Princess Kate are also speaking out, saying they're deeply concerned and focused on the victims. ABC News royal contributor Victoria Murphy has the latest on that from London. Hi, Victoria. So what's it like there in London with this major scandal now surrounding the royal family?
Good morning, Diane. Well, this all over the front pages again today. A lot of scrutiny on the royal family. And I have to say, you know, we've been covering this now for many, many years, but this is the most pressure I think I have ever seen the royal family as a whole under over this. We have never seen them heckled in the way that we have in the past few days before to this extent on their public engagements, been put on the spot, been asked questions.
Down with the royal family.
Releasing these unprecedented statements. We've had the first ever statement from Kensington Palace on behalf of William and Kate about this. Until now, they have left it to Buckingham Palace to make statements about Epstein. And we have also had the same day
Bill and Katie.
This statement from Buckingham Palace saying that they stand ready to support police. And to me, that really shows
I was like
different, very proactive
10, 11, 12 when Diana died. I have no idea what that had anything to do with.
They have put this statement out saying that they stand ready to support. And I think that shows really how much they understand that this is dominating the narrative around them, and they want to be vocal about it and attempt to try to take back some control of it.
Up until recently, Prince Edward was the only senior royal to address these latest allegations. So what does it tell you about how worried they are to now have King Charles and Prince William responding directly?
Yes, you're right. And when Prince Edward...
It seemed like the thing, like, didn't she go and hug an AIDS patient at a time when that really wasn't a thing? She was pretty groundbreaking.
address this, he was put on the spot very much.
Pretty based for royalty, I guess.
And it was interesting because we don't often see that happen with members of the royal family. They're not very often heckled. They're not very often put on the spot when they're there to talk about something else. And I think it really shows the public mood around this. And I think the royal family is very sensitive to the public mood at the moment, and they have responded in kind. I think that they've understood that they need to be more vocal. The fact that Prince William felt he couldn't focus on his tour of Saudi Arabia until he said something about this, I think says a lot. And I think that they are going to continue to try and be vocal where they can, but obviously it's not a situation in which we're not a
Garland, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but welcome in, friend. Glad to have you here.
Victoria, Andrew was stripped of all his titles after some of his email exchanges with Epstein were leaked to the press. He was also forced to leave his royal home. Could he face criminal charges in this?
Well, that's an interesting question because there's no criminal
Let's
charges
fucking
at the
hope so.
moment, but he has been reported to police who say that they are assessing the information. He's been reported over these allegations that he has forwarded information to Jeffrey Epstein. So this is information that he received in his role as a UK trade envoy, potentially very confidential information. And these latest release of the Epstein files has shown him forwarding information to Jeffrey Epstein. And the allegation there is misconduct in public office, which is a very serious allegation. No investigation yet, but police are assessing this information.
He's also under pressure to testify before Congress here in the U.S. How risky is that? And any chance he actually does it?
Well, you know, he hasn't said anything about this since 2019 when he spoke about his relationship with Epstein, and that went very, very badly for him. He released a very brief statement since, and we've had the odd brief statement, but he hasn't spoken at length about this. So it is very difficult, Diane, to see how he would now, how he is going to go on and do this. And as we have seen with that 2019 interview, so many of the things that we are seeing now in these Epstein
She looks very British,
things that he said,
like aggressively British.
So it's proving on an ongoing basis to be continually disastrous for him.
Victoria, big picture, how bad is this all for the monarchy, and how is it affecting Queen Elizabeth's legacy?
This is definitely really damaging for the monarchy.
Her veins have beans in them.
Certain things are a matter for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but this is also a question for the monarchy as well, for the institution, who knew what.
Let's put Bill Clinton in prison. He's a fucking creep.
To him behaving in the way that he did. And I think that there are questions now being asked and the focus is shifting onto them. And it is very interesting what you say about Queen Elizabeth as well, because while she was alive, she was so popular, she was largely seen to be untouchable in her popularity. But we are seeing a little bit of a narrative emerging now where people are saying, well, this happened under her watch. And
she was kind of mean.
Referred to as her favourite son. And this suggestion of her protecting him is coming into the narrative now.
All right, Royal contributor Victoria Murphy, thank you.
That was all about the royal family and the fallout from the Epstein files, but this is rippling through government, and Keir Starmer may not be able to hold on. Just the other day, Warlord, the main mod in my Twitch chat, is British. He and I were discussing Starmer's future and whether he would be able to last through the end of the year. And I said he probably wouldn't make it to the summertime. And then it seemed like he might not make it to the end of the day yesterday, but things are still fluid and there's no real clear replacement. So that seems to be the holdup in actually ousting Keir Starmer from his position as Prime Minister. The UK has had 7 different Prime Ministers in the last 7-8 years. It's crazy.
Starmer is vowing to fight for his job as revelations about the relationship between the former UK ambassador to Washington and Jeffrey Epstein have spiraled into a full-blown crisis. Starmer's authority with his own...
Yeah, I'm amazed they haven't put the lettuce up yet.
Fallout of the publication of Epstein files, a man that Starmer never even met. But some of his party members are calling for him to go for his judgment in appointing Peter Mandelson to the high-profile diplomatic post, despite his ties to the convicted sex offender. Leading that charge against Starmer has been the leader of the Scottish Labour Party.
My first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. That's why the distraction needs to end and the leadership in Downing Street has to change.
Well, Philip Tell from our International Affairs Desk is joining me here on set. Philip, yesterday afternoon, Starmer almost looked like a goner, didn't he, after the speech by the Scottish Labour leader? But then one by one, his cabinet members all came out in support of him. He's sort of survived for now?
Let's put it this way, shall we? One day at a time. I think he's clinging on by his teeth. He's about to chair
one stroke at a time.
Meeting
Sweet
today.
Jesus.
They're all turning up in 10 Downing Street as we talk. This after, of course, that resignation call from the head of the Scottish Labour Party, which has pretty much fallen on deaf ears as far as the rest of the cabinet is concerned. I think what we're seeing here is
Fixer, welcome in.
Cabinet members because they don't want Keir Starmer to go, not because they like him or they think that he should necessarily stay in power, but they're not sure what would happen next if he were to go, who would take over, and what that would mean for the Labour Party and also for the rest of the country. So that is something that is positive for Keir Starmer, I think.
Yeah, but Big Ben, their Labour Party, has taken a hard right turn and tried to be like the Democrats over the last 10 years or so, and they ousted their Bernie Sanders, Jeremy Corbyn. Corbyn starting his own party.
Under normal circumstances, if you can call these normal circumstances, maybe he would have already gone by now, but I think that is keeping him in power. And the second thing is we're waiting.
Yeah, he is aggressively British.
These memos.
See, when they start doing the video of, this is 10 Downing Street, this is the Prime Minister's residence. When they start doing the video of the live door, that's when you know the Prime Minister is going to resign. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but it's coming soon.
That were made, this investigation into Peter Mandelson, the man at the heart of all of this current crisis hitting Number 10, who was named by...
They started the door midday yesterday.
And was then mentioned in the recent batch of Epstein files as being in very close contact with Jeffrey Epstein and having even given him insider information from the UK government.
Oh shit, the door opened.
Is seen pretty much in the UK as being treasonous behaviour.
Aggressively British. Being able to slur.
Why did you name Peter Mandelson?
Well, that is to imply that British people are disabled.
And what was the vetting process? We're going to see much of that vetting process this week, probably before Thursday. That's when there's going to be a parliamentary recess for half term. So these are very crucial days for the Prime Minister. He seems to be out of the woods as far as the worst is concerned, but it's still not, can he survive? It's when he's going to leave Number 10. We don't know right now when that's going to be. He could cling on for a few days, he could cling on for a few months. This could even go on until May and the upcoming elections.
I just said that.
To the Scottish Parliament, to the Welsh Parliament, to local elections in the UK. If Labour does very badly in those elections, then Keir Starmer could be out of a job. But one other thing I think he has to worry about is
about a minute and a half until 4:20
in the UK. The way the Labour Party and Keir Starmer are perceived. He's only got an 18% popularity rating right now amongst the British public. 63% say that it's like Keir Starmer.
That the British public
that he didn't want to have to deal with at this time because when he was elected, he thought he was going to turn things around and make the country much more positive, buoyant, and forget all the shenanigans that went under the Conservative Party. It appears it's pretty much the same thing going on under Labour right now.
As another...
Say hello to the new boss, same as the old boss. Same thing under Labour. Just over 30 seconds until 4:20 in the Mountain Time Zone. I have got the graphics working on the YouTube vertical. YouTube peeps now get to do the countdown with us. 15 seconds. They can get Willie Nelson high with us.
You're Willie Nelson high. You're smoking some of the best dope God ever put breath in.
Why do you think the Epstein files are a joke? I'm interested. Oh yeah, I do only encourage you to participate in 420 if you live in a legal state. Wink, wink. I do not endorse, condone, or encourage illegal behavior. The crime makes it taste better. I do not encourage, endorse, or condone illegal behavior in any way, shape, or form. Clinically over here is the exception. He's kicking authority in the balls.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Happy 420 to our Mountain Time Zone people. I'm going a little heavy on the graphics today just because the YouTube people haven't got to see them. I want to go back to this interview about Epstein and Keir Starmer being able to hang on.
This is the royal family, Britain's King Charles III, saying he's willing to help in a police investigation into his brother.
That's a no, clinically.
Windsor, the Epstein affair affecting the British royal family, growing public anger there too?
Well, this is all quite unprecedented.
It does seem like there's okay, people are getting in trouble in the UK, and our politicians in the US here are starting to turn. P. Skeet, welcome in. P. Skeet 420, my kind of person.
The royal family saying they're going to, or at least verbally saying they're going to take part or will volunteer to take part in a police investigation into another member of the royal family, in this case, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former Prince Andrew.
Mountbatten.
Because I think King Charles is angry, upset, and bitter about what has happened, and he doesn't want this to fall foul of the public. If you look at events over the past few months, you've seen the king will move when he is attacked. He was jeered and shouted at when he was on a walkabout in the north of England a couple of months ago. That ended up with Andrew being told pretty quickly that he was going to lose his title of prince and all the other titles that he had were going to be removed, the remaining ones. Then there was the release of these 3 million extra documents where we see these pictures of Andrew on all fours over another girl's lying on the floor, and more revelations about.
Well, Dinner, you should get excited about it and call your congressperson, your senator, every government representative you have, and tell them to make sure they are on top of the Justice Department's cover-up of the Epstein files.
At his antics with Jeffrey Epstein, there we saw the king tell Andrew he's got to move out of his house Royal Lodge quickly, and now we've had another heckling going on in the street yesterday. The king saying, okay, as a result of this, we're going to take part, or we will be willing to take part in an inquiry by the police into Andrew. There's also been a statement from William and Kate. William, who's on a trip to Saudi Arabia, saying that they are thinking of the victims. It's damage control. It's damage control, and also there's a split in the royal family between those who don't think that the king is doing enough, those who think that Andrew should be banned, and the overall feeling that this scandal with Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew is overshadowing everything the royal family is doing, because that's the only talking point. All the hard work the others are doing has completely disappeared into the bushes. So I think that this is a desperate bid by the royal family to try to save as much as they can. Will it be enough? That remains to be seen.
Finally, Philip, just across the channel, here in France, there are calls, aren't there, for an investigation into a flat acquired by Jeffrey Epstein in Paris. Investigators wanted to know whether that flat may have been used for abusing underage girls, and if so, who the victims might be.
Well, more sordid details here after the business with Jack Long, the former culture minister.
More sordid details.
Caroline, now we have focus on this flat, which is in Avenue Foch, number 22 Avenue Foch, a very fashionable part of the...
Well, I mean, Epstein was Jewish.
It was bought by Jeffrey Epstein.
That would explain why he didn't talk about Jesus.
And he paid 3.5 million euros for it. It's an enormous flat, 740 square meters, which is much bigger than practically everybody's flat in Paris. And 4 bedrooms, 4 reception rooms, there's a gym. There's
these were billionaires preying on young women who wanted to be models, actresses, churches have their own MO and their own prey that they go for.
Massage room. Now, the investigators who were brought in 2019 following some complaints about illegal goings on there and rape said that anybody who put a foot inside the flat of Jeffrey Epstein would know exactly what he had been up to.
Apparently there was some little boy fucking going on in the Epstein files.
There were pictures
of
girls all over the walls.
I'm thinking Peter Thiel.
Girls. There were pictures of Jeffrey Epstein with Michael Jackson, Donald Trump, Richard Branson, Woody Allen, all as a way of trying to impress the people going into the flat and at the same time to intimidate them that they were in a place where they were with the rich and powerful, so they better be quiet. 2 girls have come forward to say they were raped in that flat. One of them saying not by Jeffrey Epstein, but by another man, Jean-Luc Brunel, who was the head of a modeling agency, who was kicked out of the US for rape and put in jail, and then came back to France and created a new modeling agency called MC Model Management, where he received up to $1 million from Jeffrey Epstein, had free use of this apartment, and then committed suicide in prison in 2022.
Yeah, good.
He investigation.
Took out the trash for us.
New call is from a NGO which protects young girls, and they say this investigation should be reopened because there were victims in that flat who are still alive. They need justice. That's why we need to investigate what's been going on, and justice needs to be done for them. Whether that will go any further, we don't know, but this is going to be another embarrassment for the French authorities, that's for sure.
We'll continue.
Niggle, welcome in. Singer Chapel Roan dropping her talent agency due to their connections to Jeffrey Epstein. Chapel Roan drops talent agency after founder Casey Wasserman is linked to the Epstein files. As of today, I'm no longer represented by Wasserman, the talent agency led by Casey Wasserman. I hold my teams to the highest standards and have a duty to protect them as well. No artist, agent, or employee should ever be expected to defend or overlook actions that conflict so deeply with their own moral values, she continued. I have deep respect and appreciation for the agents and staff who work tirelessly for their artists, and I refuse to passively stand by. Good on Chapel Roan. It apparently included correspondence between this Casey Wasserman and Ghislaine Maxwell. The Grammy winner added, artists deserve representation that aligns with their values and supports their safety and dignity. This decision reflects my belief that meaningful change in our industry requires accountability and leadership that earns trust. Page 6 reached out to the Wasserman Group for comment. The Wasserman Group is a talent agency that represents powerhouse clients like Ed Sheeran, Coldplay, Imagine Dragons, Casey Musgraves, Lorde, and Pharrell. Lorde, should be the next name to go. Ghislaine. I tried to get it. I listened to her say it. I tried to get it right. Let's hear from Doug Ford. We covered this story. Yes, we're going to get off Epstein now. Yesterday, Trump came out with this wild tweet out of nowhere where he said we weren't going to allow Canada to open a bridge that they had been building from Ontario into Detroit. I called it a tweet. It was a truth a Truth Social post and we read it live. It was batshit crazy. It's almost like Trump doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
I do understand it. Doug Ford, the mayor, or whatever Canada calls their leaders, I think it's mayor, of Ontario, speaks on this.
So a bridge too far? President Trump now threatening to stop the opening of a new crossing between the U.S. and Canada. The president saying that the Gordie Howe
Premier might be,
which would link Detroit and Windsor, Ontario, is an example of Canada taking advantage of the United States. By the way, the project is being fully funded by Canada. Trump posting on Truth Social, I will not allow this bridge to open until the United States is fully compensated for
the crack smoker was a mayor.
And also,
this is the premier.
Canada treats the United States with the fairness and respect.
Or is this the crack smoker?
Over Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, pushing back, calling the bridge a great example of cooperation. Joining me now, the Premier of Ontario, Canada, Doug Ford. Doug, good to see you. Let's start by talking about the pleasure.
See you, Tara.
It's been a while, yes.
The crack smoker passed away.
Last time we got together. Now we're talking bridges, in particular, bridges between the U.S. and Canada, and why they're so important.
Well, we're the #1 customer to the United States. No one buys more products.
I'm still not sure. I get them confused because,
by the way,
weren't they twins? Aren't they like they look, or are they just like two jugheads that look exactly alike, or lugheads? A jughead is like an army man or some shit.
We're both two great partners, two great allies. And I find it ironic what President Trump is saying.
They're not twins. They just look a lot alike.
In 2017, he ordered to fast track the
Welcome in, Lenny.
And there was, even though Canadians paid for it, 25% of the labor and the steel and the concrete was American workers. And the interchange, too, going on was 100% American workers. And Michigan is going to own 50% of it. So I think that's a pretty good deal. And we're always there. I always say, Kira, I love Americans. Canadians love Americans. And we have to move forward and get this deal done until we can, both sides can be prosperous and grow the economy. And right now, this would hurt the economy.
The crack smoker was Rob Ford.
150,000
thank you, stickers.
Truck hours, if you want to call it, per year. And just imagine the 2,329 trucks idling. So this is a great project, and we're going to move forward.
It's a beautiful bridge.
It's going to be opened. If not, it's
the longest cable-stayed bridge in North America, funded entirely by the Canadian government. Think about how much funded entirely by the Canadian government, and think about how much commerce that's going to bring into Detroit.
It's going to hurt Michigan. It's going to hurt their economy and the rest of the country. And let's keep in mind, President Trump only won Michigan by 1.4% of the vote, and in the midterms, I'd be very concerned. The Congress, they're going to be electing 13 members, 7 of which are Republicans. So I wouldn't be playing these.
Yeah, they're getting ready to open it, aren't they?
What do you think Trump wants here?
You know, I don't know what he wants.
He made the snow Mexicans pay for it. Oh my God. That was too much.
And Canadians paid for it. Michigan's going to own half of it. We're going to collect the tolls and until we get our share.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. Just rename it the Trump Bridge. He'll be all about it then.
Tolls. So this is great. This is all about commerce going back and forth. It's the busiest border in North America. So we're going to continue moving forward and increasing trade. I always say, we're so integrated.
Anonymously, did I tell you good evening? Welcome in, friends.
People or businesses for over 200 years. And, rather than unscramble an egg, make the omelet larger. Everyone prospers. And that's what we want to do.
I can tell this man likes some big omelets.
Very good. Well, in his post, Trump criticizes
the snow Mexican bridge.
China. He even says the first thing China will do is terminate all ice hockey being played in Canada and permanently eliminate.
I love you too, anonymously. You got to pay the troll toll. Get in this boy's hole.
Those American teams have won for the last approximately 30 years.
That's a Sunny in Philadelphia reference. I'm sorry.
That's a little,
if there's anybody that hasn't
no
seen that show.
We Canadians love our American friends, and we look forward to continuing a great relationship for many years to come. And we'll be the two strongest, wealthiest, and prosperous two countries in the world. Just imagine if President Trump didn't talk about this rhetoric, we'd be just thriving. And there's a lot of uncertainty in the U.S. There's uncertainty in Canada. So let's come together and continue with our fantastic relationship we've had for 200
That's one of my least favorite Beatles songs.
I know we're talking about a bridge, but why don't we stay on hockey since, it's all about Canada here. As you know, the bridge is named for the late hockey legend, your hometown hero, Gordie Howe, a.k.a. Mr. Hockey, who also was a beloved winger for the Detroit Red Wings. So is it fair to say that this fight won't win Trump any new
I went back and forth on whether I wanted because it's basically Twitch alerts. Do I want those on YouTube?
I'm still confident he'll come to a sensus and understand this is beneficial, especially for people in the U.S. and the economy in Michigan. It's absolutely critical.
But I can fix it to where like super chats and shit show up on the screen. But that might get me in trouble with Twitch.
Of two-way
it's a whole thing
going across the border, and I'll speak for Ontario alone. We do approximately $500 billion of two-way trade, Canadian dollars, and it's split equally down the center.
$500 billion.
Continue to grow that and make sure both jurisdictions are prosperous.
Better pull out a Gordie Howe hat trick to make this all work out. Doug Ford, great to see you.
That's great to see you, Kara. All the very best, and God bless America. God bless Canada.
Well, he seems like such a nice guy. But like his brother was wild. Because we used to watch clips of him all the time. He was still alive when I first started doing the Troll Patrol. I think the crack smoking thing might have been just like the year before I started doing the Troll Patrol. What to do next here? I got some testimony. A congressional hearing with DHS officials today. Apparently heartbreaking children's pleas from ICE detention being read into the record. This was a House Homeland Security hearing. They had officials from DHS, CPB, and one other agency. I can't remember which one it was. I guess it was like ICE, probably.
Mr. Chairman.
This was earlier today.
Mr. Lyons, I wanted to just follow up on a statement that you just made, which is that if you're here legally,
War Machine, welcome in.
You should not
Good to
worry.
see you, friend.
I think the problem is there are many, many immigrants that are here legally and lawfully that are very worried because they have been snatched off the streets. They have had their face beat in by ICE agents. They've been yanked out of their car. They've been driven around and harassed. And so that is, I think, at the end of the day,
And usually I'd be into a good yank.
Which is that, unfortunately, there is not just this focus on
You
criminals
live in
and the people
sexual
who are here in
anarchy.
legal status. And for example, I have an example of this that I'd like to highlight for you. Back in October, Maher Tarabishi, a North Texas resident who was allowed to be in this country legally, and was under a supervision order to check in on an annual basis since 2008, and did that because he had an adult disabled son. And so he was here working as an IT consultant and was here in legal process to take care of his adult legal son. He went to check into his appointment. It so happened to be at the time that the Dallas ICE office was closed due to the shooting. And so he was not able to check in. When he went back to check in, he was immediately snatched up and detained because he missed his appointment. That was unavoidable because the office was closed. He told everyone here was he in legal status. He had been here since 2008, and he had an adult disabled son that would likely pass away if he was not released. He was not released. His son died. And
yep, we covered that story.
He was not allowed to go and attend the funeral. And he's still in detention in the Bluebonnet facility in Texas. He is not a criminal. He has no criminal history. He was here legally. That is an unacceptable outcome. And I would like to know if you are willing to review his case and help us get his release, because he should not be in the Bluebonnet detention facility under these facts.
Yes, ma'am. I'm committed to reviewing that case for you.
I appreciate that. The other issue that I am really very concerned about is these warrantless entries into people's homes. It is a problem that is of epic proportion. There was just recently, yesterday, circulation, a Latino family, ICE just broke into their home without a warrant. And there was an example where they arrested a man in his pajamas who had every right to be here as a U.S. citizen, but wrongfully snatched out in the freezing cold without a warrant to do so. The problem that we're having, nobody.
It is true. We covered it,
agent, sir.
John.
But this is something
we know for a fact it's true.
Time and time again, which is unfortunately.
We watched the man be carried out of his house in his underwear.
This rogue brutality that.
And then there was a girl crying because her neighbor was being taken out, even though he was here legally. And people all over Twitter, like libs of TikTok, was like, oh, she's crying over rapists and murderers being deported. It's sick. It is so sick.
Are inflicting upon the people of this country is not being reined in. It's not being, the agents who are abusing their power are not being held accountable. I'm sure that there are many
That sauce. I'm sorry to hear that.
Everything they can to exercise their duty lawfully. But the problem is there are agents who are not. And the power that they have has gone to their head, and they use that power unconstitutionally in violation of many people's direct constitutional rights. And what you're seeing in this country is the fact that your agency, it's not stopping. And rather than saying...
Oh, the disabled son, we covered that story as well. He absolutely passed away. His only caregiver was his father that got picked up by ICE. I've probably still got it in my list because it was only a couple weeks ago.
Yes, we're going to take steps to keep these people who are abusing their power and who are terrorizing citizens of this country wrongfully, that we're going to hold them accountable. Rather than that's what we want to see. You're doubling down on that we're only going after criminals, which is in your own comments. You said that you had 379,000 arrests, but only 8,700 of them were suspected gang members or known suspected terrorists. That's 2%. And the problem is we can't terrorize 98% of the people.
Yeah, the number I'd heard was 95% of the people picked up. That's violent crime whatsoever.
And that is not okay. And so we have to do a better job.
She says 98%.
What procedures are you putting in place to hold agents accountable who clearly have a hot trigger and who clearly abuse their authority because someone has a phone and a whistle?
Ma'am, ICE does have the Office of Professional Responsibility. It's a robust internal investigation agency that does investigate allegations of special agent or deportation officer misconduct, and we do take everyone seriously.
Hold on, Matt. I've got a... Sounds exactly what Congress and Senate had been doing to us for years, but no one will go after them. Doesn't fit the narrative at the time to fuck us. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, my friend. But I would love to know. Plastruck. Welcome in. Dat Sauce. Tom C. Welcome, friends. Glad to have you.
breach of the public trust, because there does not appear to be any accountability, sir. Thank you. And
the idea that we investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all of our testifiers being here today. Before I begin,
this dude has to be a
thank
Republican.
all our members of law enforcement across the country who work every day to keep our communities safe, and also to their families that sacrifice. We know that it's a challenging job, and the environment is.
I knew it just by looking at it. Flash, you got your calipers?
By those who want to oppose our law enforcement from carrying out their lawful duties to keep everybody in our country and our community safe.
Stu, that's stupid, but I mean, you're right.
Discussed earlier, there are a couple areas, though, where I think it's appropriate to discuss potential reforms and the way that we can improve our government operations. DHS guidance indicates that ICE does not arrest or detain U.S. citizens. On the other hand, social media is full of reports and accusations that this is occurring. As you know, any accusation that an American citizen's rights are violated is very...
Okay, Josh or Sue, anybody who wants to make like 100% of the people who entered America outside the ports of entry illegally has 100% committed a crime. I don't give a fuck. I commit crimes all the time. Like, are you not committing a crime right now? Why not? Life's more fun when you commit crimes. Fuck, you elected a president that is a literal convicted felon. So you can't like preach to us about crime. You don't care about crime. You just hate brown people.
Serious. Can you clarify, Mr. Lyons, whether this is something that it occurs, and what are the circumstances where a U.S. citizen might be detained, and what steps does ICE take to prevent mistakes?
Yes, sir. I appreciate the question. Well, unfortunately, there's a misnomer that ICE is just a civil enforcement agency.
Bill, I can give you example after example after example of ICE violating the rights of citizens. I have at least 130. And that was weeks ago when we did that story where it was 130. I am sure that they have violated far more citizens' rights since then. So I'm sorry, it's just not true.
And that's completely wrong. ICE enforces over 400 criminal statutes as well. Special agents, especially with the Homeland Security investigations, they're consistently out there doing human trafficking cases.
Matt, I don't know. Matt, please don't move on, my friend. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say. And Obama and Biden did care. This must be a comedy show. I'll move on. What did they care about? I'm unsure what you're talking about. Would you like to call in and talk to me?
Come on, man.
It is a comedy show, though. It's a show with a troll head. But I'm not sure what you're referring to. What about all the violations during the Obama administration and love 33 deaths but doesn't fit the narrative? Okay, what if I told you that I'm on video, on record, calling Obama Deportee McDroneface? I called him President Deportee McDroneface. That I absolutely protested Obama's actions. And Obama was better at deporting people than Trump. Also deported actual violent criminals. Deported more people, deported actual violent criminals, and the violations of rights, like I had this argument with someone the other day, and I'm like, okay, well, can you tell me where it was that Obama violated somebody's rights? And he sent me a story about a woman who had one agent throw her into a jail and keep her for like 3 or 4 days, and then it was the Obama immigration attorneys that got her out and prosecuted the one immigration agent that violated her rights. This guy, us really deranged? Soup with the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. He did it at night. Foreigners breaking the law must be deported. That's just a weird thing to say to me. That sounds like somebody programmed you. Foreigners breaking the law must be deported. How about the president breaking the law gets fucking deported? You can talk to me about the law when you don't elect a convicted felon.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Welcome in, Raiders. I am JustinFREAKIN. We finding out what that news be doing. We were watching a congressional hearing where officials from ICE and Homeland Security. Do I sound dumb? I mean, if you think I sound dumb, please tell me what I sound dumb about. I try not to talk about things that I don't know about. All that info was scrubbed off the internet by the NBC talk show host and Hey Mom. Do you mean the Savannah case? Since you mentioned the Savannah Guthrie case, let me show the video the FBI released earlier today, because this is wild. I love these kinds of stories. I will absolutely show you receipts. If you challenge me on a claim, I will prove what I'm saying. Drake, welcome in. I do have a little bit of a southern accent. I probably did say Code of Harambe. And what I meant was the Code of Harambe. But I have a thick accent, and I mispronounce shit all the time. I probably said Code of Harambe, which Harambe is the gorilla they killed. Hammurabi. There we go. I did it right that time. Is the ancient code of laws that I was referencing. Harambe is when shit in the world went to hell. Pretty much. Am I stoned? I'm not stoned enough. I am not high enough for this shit.
You're Willie Nelson high. You're smoking some of the best dope God ever put breath in.
Light one up, tip one back. Doug Ford is still alive. Now, Rob Ford is the dead one. Doug Ford is alive because we just watched him. HVH. I don't know that I saw your question. Let me see if I can scroll back up. I don't want to get accused. What is Tom Holman doing differently under Trump than with Obama? I mean, they shot somebody in the face. They tackled a dude and shot him in the back. They've been going into homes without a warrant. They've been snatching people up from their, people here legally and going through the process, go to their court hearings and get snatched up by ICE. Mr. the Kid, Trump blew the whistle. I think you're talking about the Epstein files, and as we covered earlier, Trump says he didn't. That's the most hilarious thing is I played a clip of Trump literally disputing that he blew the whistle on Jeffrey Epstein. This is video released earlier today by the FBI. This is Nest camera from outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. Nancy is the mother of NBC News' Savannah Guthrie. They knew what they were doing. Not only are they completely masked up, but they put their hand over the camera. I mean, John, does it make you feel good to make jokes about a citizen getting shot by the government? Like, what kind of Nazi shit is that? It's weird. I don't find pleasure in just random citizens getting shot. And right-wingers seem to, like, relish it. Like, I only even took pleasure in Charlie Kirk getting shot in the, like, the irony that he was literally talking about gun violence. And he tried to pivot to talk about, like, make a racial stereotype and then got shot by a white kid in Utah. That's just serendipitous. That's just, like, hilarious to me, and I don't mean it to be funny. That's just like, and when you put it together with the fact that the two co-founders of TPUSA, Bill Weatherton or whatever the hell his name was, and Charlie Kirk, Bill died from COVID while TPUSA was advocating against COVID safety measures. And Charlie Kirk died of gun violence while he was trying to smear black people for gun violence. It's fucking funny. It's not funny that a man got murdered. It's not funny that a couple, he had 2 kids, 3 kids maybe, that they don't have a father. That's not funny to me. It is hilarious, the irony in how he died. Fucking magnificent.
You live in sexual anarchy.
The gun is not violence. I mean, we're leftists here. We're not anti-gun. I would say most of my regular viewers, which are mainly the Twitch people that you're seeing, Clinically, Torchy, like the majority of the Twitch people, I would say, are armed or have access to a firearm. Fire resist, welcome in. Leftists just don't make it their personality. Virtually everybody I know has a gun at least squirreled away somewhere, just in case. Bro, you this old and still a leftist? What a retard. Okay, Saturn, now how am I a retard exactly? Would you like to call in and talk to me about it? 917-830-4359, or you can hop in the Discord. I heard you on the Epstein files? You heard me talking about them, or you think I'm in the Epstein files? I laughed my ass off at the idea that I was in the Epstein files. As Howard Lutnick was like, all Americans were combing for their names in the Epstein files. Like, no, the fuck we weren't. Bourgeoisie beef. I don't know if it's just YouTube shows me to chuds. As I said, I have gained quite a few like people that are like, hey, I like your content on YouTube. It hasn't just been chuds. I'm in the files. I am not any way, shape, or form in a tax bracket that would put me in the Epstein files. War Machine has never had an accidental discharge ever. I can't say the same. I stumbled on my words the other day. I was like, let he who has not shit himself cast the first stone. Somebody on TikTok was like, I'm casting that first stone. Thank you very much. Peaskeet, did I tell you good evening the earlier? I think I did. I just wanted to say your name again, Peaskeet. My mom is in the files. Once again, not in the tax bracket to be in the files. Otherwise, maybe she was. She a partier. She wasn't. My mom was very straight edge. I talk about her like she's not alive. We are counting down to yet another government shutdown. This time, they have yet to agree on DHS funding.
All right, joining us, Punchbowl News co-founder and MS Now political contributor Jake Sherman, staff writer for The Atlantic Nick Miroff, and senior fellow at the Brookings Institution Elaine K.
Oregon gal, welcome in.
We're going to get to Guthrie after this segment. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us. So, Jake, it sounds like we're headed toward another partial government shutdown on Friday.
It seems inevitable at this point, and what Hakeem Jeffries just said to you, combined with what he's saying in the Capitol to reporters in the hallways, it just seems like there's no deal even close. It's Tuesday, and remember, Katie, if they had a deal right now,
Friday?
what they need to do is get
the 2-week extension.
Senator, 100 senators, to agree to speed up the process to pass it before the Friday deadline. Then it has to go to the House, and it has to pass the House. What's interesting to me is Jeffries is taking off the table a short-term extension of DHS funding. He basically says the White House and Republicans are trying to buy time. They're trying to slow walk this, and he doesn't want to play into that. Now, we'll have to see where this ends up. I mean, I could foresee a situation where the Senate Democrats do allow a short term, send it to the House, and then we're in the same position as we were before, where Chuck Schumer's on one page, Hakeem Jeffries is on another. Not helpful for Democrats, but effectively the White House sent back its proposal last night. It's counter to the Jeffries-Schumer proposal, and they were nowhere close. They were nowhere close on judicial warrants, on use of force restrictions, on investigations into allegedly improper uses of force. So, you know, I just want to reiterate here, ICE has enough money to continue operating through the end of Trump's term. It has $75 billion in fresh cash.
My God.
It's going to close down.
That's why you don't have health care. That's why your schools are in the shitter. That's why you don't have roads that are paved. That's why you don't have high-speed rail in your country, because ICE has an astronomical amount of money.
Is TSA, the Coast Guard, FEMA, other DHS operations. This is not going to impact ICE. It's going to impact everything else.
Yeah, but isn't the Democratic position, Jake, a political one here, that their voters,
yeah, absolutely,
that independents out there will say that they've got to do something, they've got to take some sort of stand, and to vote for a DHS funding bill that includes any money at all to ICE or Border Patrol after what we saw in Minneapolis, if they vote to say yes to that, aren't they going to get punished?
Undoubtedly, it's a political decision, Katie. Democrats cannot, at this point, or the vast majority of them feel that they cannot support DHS without some sort of reforms to federal immigration enforcement. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that's certainly what they feel. They feel that the political winds or the political mood justifies that point of view. And that's an almost uniform opinion. I mean, there's effectively no one, at least in the House, that would vote for a DHS bill right now, absent that. I thought that there was room for a deal last week. I see that room closing. I think Republicans are rallying around the position that Democrats are being unreasonable and that Trump has already done enough to de-escalate in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, that they don't need a deal right now, politically or substantively, and that's their position at this moment.
It's an issue of time, because in the heat of the moment, there's a lot of desire to move, to act, to do something, but the farther you get away from the crisis,
people who are not citizens don't cast votes. You've been lied to.
We see it all the time. The less of a desire there is for bipartisan compromise, and I guess that brings me to just to get the politics out of the way here.
You say I shouldn't be political. Everything is political.
This is why I wanted to ask Hakeem Jeffries that broader question about immigration, we might be farther away from a crisis point at that moment when people go to vote for both the House and the Senate.
I think you're an idiot,
gonna control
Saturn.
both
I'm
chambers.
sorry.
Do the
That's
Democrats
absurd.
need to have a more comprehensive and specifically articulated view on immigration more broadly, or will it be enough for them?
Nobody
to
said politicians give a shit about
Republicans have
you.
made a giant mess of this. People don't like it, and that's why you should vote for us.
Well, two things to say about that. First of all, if I was President Trump or John Thune, I would be working really hard to get this topic off the news, right? It's killing them. The numbers all across the board are bad. Even in Ohio, I saw the Ohio Columbus Dispatch poll this morning. Even in Ohio, a very Republican state, independents are 73 to 27% against Trump's.
Kaya, welcome in. Do you like the new graphic?
So, that tells you
complete
all you
with
need to know,
sound and everything.
If this keeps going on, the Senate could really be lost to the Republicans. The Democrats, meantime, have to not fall into the trap of, we heard one Democrat just saying it, of saying you got to dismantle the whole thing. That's crazy. Okay, we do need a strong border. We do need to have a strong protected border. But the sweet spot is protect the border and then go about the deportation and focusing on criminals. That's the sweet spot. And the polling shows that so clearly. At the beginning of 2025, Trump was in positive territory when it came to immigration. As soon as they began this mass deportation and moved into cities, the numbers flipped rather dramatically, and now he is deeply underwater when it comes to approval of immigration policies.
Okay, so given that, and we can put up on the screen just that Reuters polling one more time, Nick, and this is the Public's party preference on immigration, Republicans 37, Democrats 32. I imagine that the agency itself has to understand that its ability to operate does depend on public sentiment and public.
Thought Maynard was going to host the show for a little bit, but I guess he said no. He didn't like you people. He didn't like the vibes coming from the YouTube peoples.
Support and public confidence. They don't have that right now. I know they have a ton of cash, enough, as Jake said, to last them through Trump's administration, but is anything changing internally?
I mean, this is why we hear Tom Homan in Minneapolis trying to change the tune and make more conciliatory statements. That that messaging remains somewhat at odds with the way that this administration has really doubled down on the infallibility of ICE officers and Border Patrol agents carrying out the president's deportation campaign. And so, this negotiation is going to be a real measure of that. And, what we saw in the hearing this morning on the Hill, this was the first oversight hearing in which we've seen DHS leaders, the head of CBP, the acting director of ICE, answering questions from lawmakers. We just saw a lot of the Democratic side's anger. And, I think they feel like they have the strong position here and aren't going to need to compromise.
Yeah, it definitely, the tone and the rhetoric has changed, certainly with Tom Homan there. But I wonder.
Don't wear the purple one enough. Thank you, Kaya.
Stephen Miller's of the world to sound more like Greg Bovino did.
I mean, I think his marching orders are to make the scenes of chaos.
What problem, Larry? You have been
turn the temperature down.
Please, right wingers, you have been fed a line of horse shit from politicians. Look up the word demagoguery. That is what we are doing right now with immigrants and people of color. We are demagoguing against them. Same thing with trans people. You take a small group and you demonize them in order to unite around them. You have to create an enemy. It's a fascist tactic. Stop falling for it. Read a goddamn history book, please. I didn't call Homan a Nazi. I don't agree with a lot of Obama policies. So I don't know why you would ask me that question, you know. Once again, I referred to President Obama as President Deporty McDronestrike. Because those were the two things I really disagreed with him on. Okay, like fascism is like by definition a right-wing philosophy. So right-wingers don't know what words mean, and it creates hilarity. Because like I guess I assume, I don't speak the dumb, I assume you think fascism means using violence, but then everything is, any kind of governmental control is violence. Okay, in Jacob. First of all, I never said I wanted wide open borders. Our borders have never been wide open. If you have been to our southern border any time in the last 30 years, 40 years, it's incredibly militarized. The idea that we have an open border is insanity. Fascism is about fascism. Worship of the state, let's look up the actual definition, shall we? We shall go to Wikipedia. Let me make sure the people on YouTube Vertical can see, is a far-right, authoritarian, and ultra-nationalist political ideology and movement that rose to prominence in the early 20th century in Europe. The primary belief of fascism is the idea of subordination of individual interest for the perceived interest of the nation or race. Fascism is subsequently characterized by support for a dictatorial leader, Donald Trump, centralized autocracy. He is trying to subvert the will of the states, send in federal troops, militarism, sending in federal troops to cities, forcible suppression of opposition. He's using arrests of journalists like Don Lemon, threats of fines, and extortion when it comes to mergers to try to take down Jimmy Kimmel, for instance. Belief in natural social hierarchy, that right-wingers absolutely believe in a natural social hierarchy where white men are up here, everybody else is subordinate, and strong regimentation of the society and economy. They are opposed to communism. Does that sound familiar? Democracy. That's why I keep having right-wingers tell me we're not a democracy, we're a republic. Liberalism, pluralism, and socialism. Fascism is the far right of the traditional left-right spectrum. They left off the appeals to national identity or national mythology, and that's exactly what MAGA is. Make America Great Again. Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on?
Hi, I wanted to call in and give a little bit of my 2 cents.
Please, I love it.
So I agree with a lot of what you're saying, especially regarding things like scapegoats and things like that. And it really is true. I used to be a political science major, but I swapped because it was way too depressing. But the thing that I've noticed in this country, especially with what ICE is doing right now, it really does mimic a lot of what happened with it does mimic some bits of Germany in the late 30s and early 40s.
I would say it's pretty damn close to what was going on around 35, 36.
Yeah, I'm a Jew. I would know. So it's definitely it's very close, especially with how it's kind of demonizing these people that haven't really been proven to be that much of a threat. I mean, what? I said this back in 2016 when they're stealing our jobs. It's like, what jobs are they stealing? The gas station? Were you going to do that? I don't think you were.
I mean, that was a trope going back to Bush. That was the Tucker Jeebs is from South Park in the Bush administration. It's always been a Republican thing. They've always wanted to scare people about immigration.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing about nationalism. And right now we have a very nationalist administration it's all American interests first, supposedly.
And to an extent, I don't disagree with. I'm a protectionist when it comes to American labor. They're using the power of the state to protect American business people, and that's not how I think the government should operate.
It's a whole different thing to protect the hardworking Americans than to protect the people up in large corporations who actually control everything. Because a lot of what I've noticed is the people. I mean, you don't see like illegal immigrants coming and they're running these huge businesses that are money laundering. It's no, those are all Americans who outsource stuff to other countries.
Yes, absolutely. Well, do you remember the story of the Doge guy that he went apparently he thought he was actually going in to do good. And in most companies, you have 20%, 23% fraud or something like that. And he was expecting that with the government. And he came to find out that it is minuscule. It's 1-2%. That the government is actually incredibly efficient. And we are, because we've experienced the last 30, 40, 50 years of neoliberalism putting checks on everything. I was on food stamps when I was in college. I had to work a job with the college and go to school full time in order to qualify. And then the hoops on top of that. If I just hadn't been a college student that could have, just gone and sat at the office for 4 hours one afternoon, I probably wouldn't have been able to get in on the program. So the idea that people are going and taking advantage of these programs, just insane. And then I had a kid one time, and I say kid, he was a high schooler, maybe a freshman in college or something, and he was real libertarian-like. And I asked him how much he thought people got on food stamps, and he was $1,200 a month. And I had to laugh at him. That's just insane. The most you can get is $200.
Yeah, that's damn close to minimum wage. What the?
But these people have this in their mind that there's just this widespread fraud. And then he was well, food stamps are just one of the programs. So I was well, what other programs are there? And he couldn't name them because there's not. There's no other programs.
It's really just food stamps, and food stamps already are not it's not a very efficient system. Stuff doesn't get paid out. It's hard to verify things, and then people are denied stuff all the time. So.
I think to eliminate the problem, we should just all get food stamps. We should all have a food stamp card, and then we all get the bare minimum. You get $300 a month on your food stamp card.
I think at the very least we should get something each month, especially if you're lower. I'd say lower middle class, you should get at least something.
And honestly, I think that would save the government money, because then they don't have to have all these means-tested programs. Everybody just gets their $300 a month. You don't have to go and wait at the welfare office to answer a bunch of questions on a form for hours on end.
I mean, it's not like we can't afford it. I actually wrote a paper on it. The U.S. government spends more on the military than most other countries. And here's something really crazy. Did you know that we spend almost 2 times what we do on the TSA than we do on the FDA, the people who literally manage our food and drugs.
I know, and that's all security theater.
Check your bags.
The thing about the military is, like, we don't even really spend it on our military. It goes to it gets laundered out to defense contractors. There is so much shit that our military could actually do better, but we spend way more money on it and do it worse because we use independent contractors just so all these politicians can enrich their buddies.
Exactly. It's all one big, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, while everyone else who's watching is like, well, I mean, maybe they know what's best. It's like, no, they're just trying to get each other rich.
Well, here's the thing. The leftist point of view is using collectivism in order to affect change for the majority of people. I want everyone to have health care. I think education, pre-K through doctorate should be paid for. If you want to go, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we say any kid that wants to be a doctor can go and at least try to be a doctor? Like, we need doctors, we need nurses, we need to fund these things as a society. Instead, we give handouts to multi-billion-dollar corporations.
Yeah, but I mean, we're constantly, we try to, I mean, a lot of the politicians, they say, this all comes back to illegal immigrants are taking our jobs. We don't really have the best track record with... We don't have the best track record with encouraging our own people to get good jobs because we make it so difficult. It's so expensive to try to go to med school. It's so expensive.
Yep. And that's why a lot of you had an influx of Indian people, and you'll notice a lot of the same names. This is something I found fascinating because, like, Patel is a very common name in the medical field, and it's like they had risen up because that's like a commoner name. It's still kind of a caste system in India, but they had risen up high enough and become wealthy enough off of the backs of the U.S. and our manufacturing being shipped out that they were starting to be able to come to the U.S. and go to our med schools. They were able to afford it, whereas all our generation couldn't afford to go to med school because of crippling debt.
Exactly. I mean, and like the fact that I forget the percentage, but the amount of people who go to college and are in the amount of debt that takes decades to pay off is frankly, it's unsustainable.
I want to address OK Saturn in the chat. Like, not everyone can go to school. What about poor Americans? Like, there are, like, the cure for cancer could have died with some poor kid that was malnourished in like the backwoods of Louisiana. Like, why wouldn't we try to encourage the most people to be able to get an education because it's going to ultimately benefit us as a society?
But no, we want to encourage people to invest in crypto and buy Trump brand merch.
We truly live in a scam economy. I know Matt Bender coined that phrase, but that's so true. Everything's a scam.
Famous con artist.
Everything's a fucking scam.
I mean, there's a reason Trump had the reputation he did before he even considered running for president. He had a reputation for being a scummy businessman. He was literally a symbol of New York's greedy upper class.
I've actually read a lot of speculation that that the Apprentice show really helped to rehabilitate his brand and made it so that he could run for president because people saw him as an authority and because a lot of rap songs and stuff, like even Mac Miller had a rap song about Donald Trump. I'm on my Donald Trump shit. Like, he became a symbol for wealth, and the Republican Party was just primed. The party had said, like, oh, businessmen know better than everybody else. We need a businessman to run this country. We need a businessman to run this country. And then we get the dude with all the bankruptcies, but, played a successful businessman on TV. Becomes the president.
Yeah, I think people like OK Saturn don't understand is that Donald Trump is a failed businessman. He's managed to bankrupt casinos, which is almost impossible considering the fact that casinos are designed so that they're always making money, and the people that go are the people that go lose money. That's the whole design. But he somehow managed to screw that up, and I will never forget the mail-in stakes. I will never forget the stakes in the mail. What
Trump stakes? What about Trump you?
Oh.
Like, we don't even have time to go through all this. And he can't even run a charity in New York. Like, it's so insane that this man is our president.
They can't. They're like, we need a business perspective. If you chose the guy who is actually, I'm going to tell a story. So I actually have some family friends who actually were hired by Donald Trump in order to make some furniture for the Trump Taj Mahal, which, by the way, it's insane that he calls it that, but the Trump Taj Mahal needed some furniture for the lobby. So they were contracted by him to make some furniture, and they made all of it. It took them a couple months to make all of it and to deliver it. And when they did, Trump essentially said, and obviously he did it through somebody else, but he essentially said, this isn't good enough. Well, I'm not paying for this. And they said, okay, well, I guess we'll take it back then. He said, no, leave it here. And it's like, you can't do that.
Nope. Yep. That is so Trump.
That furniture stayed there for a couple more months until they were able to take him to court and get it back.
Wow, I wouldn't have walked out without it. But then again, like, they might have been outnumbered by security and shit.
It was absolutely, it was all of that. I mean,
like two delivery guys versus like 10 security guys.
Oh yeah, you're standing in a room with people in a bunch of suits. The entire thing is obviously like this weird shade of gold, and you have all these people telling you that, yeah, you did a bad job. You know what? You should be ashamed of yourselves. Leave these here.
I got somebody in the chat saying that Trump is too liberal for him. I was like, what kind of fucking fascist territory does that put somebody in?
I don't know what the hell would be above that. I don't know. Do you want, what's his name? You want Maduro instead?
Mussolini? Like literally Hitler?
Yeah. I mean, at least Hitler was honest about what he was going for. He's like, I want to kill all these people. It's like, okay.
Ironically, I'm being told I have 88 viewers right now. If you know, you know.
Oh, I just made the connection to my head.
Anyway, my friend, it was fun talking to you.
Absolutely.
I appreciate the call.
Yeah, I hope that everything gets better in the world. I think it will. I think everything will eventually, everything's going to solve itself, and I hope that we all survive.
My thought process is we are in the middle of a paradigm shift. Paradigm shifts are messy. The pendulum always swings back. You know, the moral arc of the universe is bent towards justice, yada, yada, yada. I am optimistic, but I think we may be in for a rough still 10, 15 more years. So maybe when I'm in my 50s, this place will get its shit together.
Yeah, and then honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes back to shit again for a little bit.
Well, I mean, if we look, coming out of World War II, it was our most prosperous time. Coming out of the Dark Ages, we had the Renaissance. Hopefully. Hope springs eternal.
Yeah, but even then even after World War II, we still had stuff like that. The whole Red Scare thing.
Oh, absolutely. Luckily, we're already getting the Red Scare out of the way.
Oh, yeah. It's a similar thing was going on with Venezuela. It's like, this is not that big of a problem. You're targeting the wrong thing.
I don't even know that Venezuela is a problem, and probably a lot of Venezuela's problems are caused by us. We probably made Maduro more radical, but honestly, I can't wait to see his trial because he seems kind of badass. Like
I don't know. I mean, they took him in the... have we seen any photos of him since they took the picture of him with the blindfold on?
Well, his court appearance the next day. But they brought him in, and he's like wishing everybody a happy new year. He's a happy feller. He's thumbing up at the camera and shit. His wife didn't look very happy to be there, but he did. He put on a great face.
I mean, I think, honestly, if I had to guess what he was thinking, he's thinking, oh, the UN is going to be so fucking mad.
I'm interested to see where this goes because I don't think they have a case against him. A lot of the DOJ's cases are falling apart, like the Subway sandwich dude.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the only win they have that I can think of is the Milwaukee judge, and I can't believe they won that case.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to manage to pull this together. If there was enough evidence, the UN would have gone after it.
I think the Don Lemon case is going to fall apart. But anyway, we're going to...
So ridiculous. I hate that. I love Don Lemon so much. I hate that they're doing that to him.
Don Lemon is a sexy man.
He absolutely is. As a straight man within a very committed relationship with my girlfriend, that is a sexy man right there.
I mean, you can comment on it. You can still be straight and comment on a guy. You know, he is a sexy dude, though. Definitely a silver fox.
I don't know. I mean, that lemon's looking pretty sweet. I don't know.
It is not tart. Well, thank you, my friend. It was good talking to you.
Thank you. You
have a good night. Okay, Saturn, are you just trolling? Like, I don't think anybody could be as stupid as you. I'm pretty much of the opinion that you're trolling.
Hey, Justin, are you trolling?
I missed 420 on the West Coast. I'm sorry about that. Sorry, West Coast peep. Light one up, tip one back. You have a few more stories? We got a few more stories. We'll bring this on. Oh, shit. Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on?
Hey, listen. What's the topic for today?
Whatever you want to talk about, my friend. What are you up on today?
I killed a bear, not any bear, a grizzly bear. I killed a bear. That's what I want to sing about.
I think I'm against killing bears. I like bears. We're not talking about gay guys
I
either.
love bears too. What? Say word. Say word.
Big round guys with hairy bellies, they're called bears in the gay community.
Oh, well, I don't know nothing about that, man.
You sound like if you were gay, you'd be a bear, wouldn't you?
Hell to the mother. No. No way in the world would I be.
I didn't say you were gay. If you were gay, you'd be a bear, though, right?
No, heck no, I wouldn't be. No, I wouldn't be.
What are you saying you're Twinkie? You don't sound like a twink.
Nah, definitely not. Not from Brooklyn. We don't play that, bro.
So what would you be? You'd be an otter?
Nah, otter. Oh, I love otters, man. But
okay.
I wouldn't be an otter.
Anyway, what's on your mind, my friend?
Loving life, man. I'm on
love the positivity.
Permanent vacation status. Permanent vacation status, aka retirement.
The hell yeah. Lucky you, my friend.
Oh, man. Hey, thank God for that, man. Listen, we living. You know, we should be thankful for every day that we have life. You know what I'm saying?
But how do you spend your time now that you're retired? You got to have some hobbies, right?
Oh, man, listen. I walk my dog, take care of my fish tanks, you know, make myself something to eat, watch movies.
You're an animal guy.
Go out for walks. Yeah.
Sounds great to me.
Yes, for sure. For sure.
Sounds like you're living the life.
For
That's what I like to do. Only I have to work and make videos for people during the day. But other than that, I'm pretty stay at home.
Well, you know, you should have some type of hobbies, things you like to do, you know?
This is kind of my hobby. Talking to strangers on the internet.
Hey, that's cool. That's cool. I hear that, man. See, that's one thing, you know, I have no problem from. Coming from New York, I speak to everybody. Speak to everybody from different walks of life. So you meet different people. You learn different things, you know?
Oh, absolutely. It's a very cosmopolite city.
You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, listen, you can't be closed.
I'm unfortunately never been to New York. I've always wanted to go. Been all over this goddamn country, but never to New York.
What? Say word. Never to New York?
I know.
Man, where you from?
I am originally from Kentucky.
All right. Kentucky, beautiful place. I heard of it.
It is. Have you ever been
there?
Oh, you never
been there, but almost there. Almost there, you know. From the part of Virginia that I went to, we almost went into Kentucky and Tennessee and all that and everything.
Oh, yeah, the Appalachian Mountains. That's where I'm from. That's exactly the area.
Yeah, we seen all that. We went to Martinsville, Virginia. We happened to see all that out there, man. Woo.
What brought you to Martinsville, Virginia? Did you go to the race?
Well, no, we went out there. A friend of mine, he happened to get married at the time. That was in 2010. Okay. Yeah, but then I realized that my family is not too far from there, where my father was born at, in Danville, Virginia. So it's not too far away, you know.
No shit, I've been to Danville, Virginia before.
Yeah, you been there? Oh, yeah, all right.
Oh, I've been all over Virginia, West Virginia, all over the East Coast.
I hear that, but man, you should have made your way to New York. You should have made your way.
I would have loved to. The furthest north I've been has been northern Pennsylvania. I was up there, like they've got a bunch of golf courses and resorts and shit, right at the top.
Wow. Well, you should need to make that skip right on over into New York, man.
Well, the thing is, like, it's always, when I travel, it's usually for work, right? It's usually not for pleasure, so work has never taken me to New York, unfortunately.
That's strange. If you're into making videos and all that, how is it that it went everywhere except New York?
Well, I don't want to get on this, but like I wish I just packed up and went to New York or LA when I was 19, 20 or whatever it was. I think I could have made it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's awful strange.
I do love some strange. There's plenty of strange up in New York too. You sound like a man. You get plenty of strange, don't you?
Nah, not at all.
You telling me you out walking a dog, you don't see a fine lady?
Listen,
you got a perfect opening line. Let her pet the dog.
I have a Dutch Shepherd, but I had two, but my other one passed away in August.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Malinois too. Yeah. He was old anyway. He was old, you know. But the thing is, you know. Definitely, New York, there's plenty of women out here. Woo! Unfreaking real.
If I come up to New York, will you show me a good time?
Hey, you can definitely count on that.
Definitely count on. You know some good places to eat?
Everywhere. Listen, 24/7. 24/7. New York is the city. When they say it never sleeps, you definitely, any time of day or night, you can get something to eat. Believe me of that.
See, man, I'm from the part of the country like everything like turns off at 9 p.m. It sucks.
Nah, not in New York. Grocery stores are still open all 24/7. Supermarkets open. Restaurants are open. You got your gambit of everything. Listen, any type of food you want. It could be pizzas. You can want Chinese food. You can want this, that, whatever. You can get it there in New York. All at New York, 24/7.
See, that's more my style. I gotta get up there, man. I gotta come up.
Yeah. Oh man, you don't know what you're missing. You probably might not want to even leave.
I probably wouldn't.
Most people come there. They definitely don't want to leave, man. Listen, you get used to that lifestyle. You go back to anything else. Oh my goodness. Just like, all right, for instance, most places. When you go out to a club, it ends at 2 a.m. Not in New York. In New York, you go all the way, you come out in the morning time, it's about 9, 10, 11 in the morning.
And then you can go get
you can be
breakfast at a
still
diner
party.
somewhere, right?
Yes, that's what people do. That's what they do in New York. Yeah, listen, you get the party a long time, whatever, do it all, everything, man.
Let me ask you.
Everything. We got.
Let me ask you a question. What did you do before you retired? What kind of work did you do?
I was a babysitter.
I wasn't expecting that.
You wasn't expecting that? Why you say you wasn't expecting that? I was
like you ran a daycare, like you were like in the babysitters club.
The type of babysitting that I did, we didn't have babies. We didn't have babies. We had grown men and women.
Corrections officer.
You got it. You got it. New York City.
Okay, I am amazed at your disposition because I used to see a woman and she worked as a corrections officer and it broke her. It broke her spirit.
Well, the thing is, that's only if you let it. See, everybody's not built for that position. Everybody's not built to deal with that. You know, you can't let the job overturn your life. And that's what some people don't. They don't know how. Some people go from 0 to 60, but they don't know how to go from 60 back down to 0.
It turned her completely pacifist, blue-haired, septum ring, like complete hippie peace love.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, dealing with that, that's a microcosm of dealing with everything that you have to deal with that's negative and bad on the outside. You dealing with it all. You dealing with rapists, killers, this, that, everything.
You weren't at Rikers, were you?
Yes, I was.
Fuck.
Over 28 years.
Okay, now,
years.
brother, tell me about this experience.
Well,
because it's a huge deal right now. Because they're supposed to be closing Rikers down, but they don't have the jails built to accommodate that.
I'm gonna tell you this: that'll be the worst mistake ever to do, and I'm gonna say it for this reason. See, the thing is, the people that's making decisions, they don't understand what the communities are going through. They don't know what the world is going through. They think they have a perfect solution. It's just like being, at home and you telling the quarterback what to do and how to do things. You can't do that. You don't understand what is out there. Now, over on Rikers Island, we got over 10 different jails. 10 different jails. And the thing is, with multiple housing areas, each jail can hold maybe over 1,600 inmates, some more than 2,000.
Yeah, it's a huge complex, right?
Yeah, of course. Now, the thing is this. In each borough, now we got 5 boroughs. You got Bronx, Manhattan, Queens, Staten Island, and Brooklyn. Brooklyn being the most populated. Now, the thing is, in each borough, you got no less than about 20 to 30 different gangs. 20 to 30 different gangs. Now, for each borough, you're talking about they want a borough jail.
Is that including the NYPD or not including?
Well, NYPD does all 5 boroughs. All 5
No,
boroughs.
I'm talking about when we're talking about gangs. The NYPD, by any definition, is a gang.
Well, they call that a gang, but that's something different. That we get to that late. That's
Okay, fair enough. I think you know what I'm talking about, though.
But the thing is, we're talking about natural gangs on the street. Each borough got about more than about 20 to 30 different gangs, and got lots of members. Now the thing is,
that seems high.
You got these guys. They'll put them in a jail. Now the thing is housing them. Now the thing is, once one gang has got control of a housing area, ain't no next gang going up in there, because now you're in enemy territory. And there's only so many housing areas that a borough jail can have. I could put it at no more than 12 houses tops. That right there is a problem.
Yeah, because let me explain to the chat. What he's talking about is they're wanting to shut down Rikers Island and open an individual jail on each borough, and I think multiple jails in Brooklyn, right?
Well, there's only one jail in Brooklyn. Well, it's been torn down so they could build a new one. But the thing is, it's only going to be able to house so many people because it's only going to be no more than, I say, 12 housing areas. And in those 12 housing areas, how are you going to fit guys coming from 20 to 30 different gangs? Now, you got 20 to 30 different gangs, and there's only about 12 housing areas. That's only 12 different gangs going to have control, so the rest of those guys are going to be stuck.
Well, I guess the question there would be how many corrections officers per
that ain't going to be able to do it.
Per inmate does it take? Oh, you don't think no amount of officers would be able to handle it?
The thing is, no. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem because they want to shave down the number of officers also. But see, the thing is, the gang problems are very, very serious in New York. It's a very bad thing nowadays. So you're not. They're not going to win the war against these gangs. It's just going to increase even more.
I don't want to like question you on this, but like I've not heard about this overwhelming gang violence in New York. I've heard New York is pretty safe, relatively. That's what I was kind of shocked at that you say 20 to 30. I would have guessed, half a dozen.
The thing is, no. Because see, first it started off with back in the early 90s. They had the Latin Kings, and then it came next after that the Netas, and with that, those two gangs right there terrorized a lot of black inmates. So what happened, it was formed, next thing you know, you had the Bloods. Then after a while, they came the Crips. Then we got the Trinitarians, which is all Dominicans. Then you got the Lion Crew, you got this gang, that gang, and then offshoots from some of these other gangs. So what happens is, all it did is made an increase. The different types of gangs start forming, and it'd be this project against that project, this neighborhood against that neighborhood, and there's so many different neighborhoods. So after a while, nowadays, because one of my friends, he happened to have a friend that's in PD. He happened to show me a list one time, and I counted way over 30 just in Brooklyn alone. Just in Brooklyn alone was over 30 different gangs. Over 30 gangs. So I know
you're saying this to me, but I can show you like NYPD data that says like crime was at historical lows over the last couple of years.
They say that, but see that's them playing and shaving the numbers. Everybody's trying to make themselves look good. You understand? They try to make themselves look good. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe hype.
But okay, well I need something I need official data as opposed to people just, throwing out, not saying like you're not an informed person, but like you're just throwing out like an opinion. I need data to back things up. And according to data, like crime has been at historical lows, especially in NYC.
The thing is this.
But I mean, you can't say because what I'm saying is a fact that the data FBI, the NYPD has released over the last couple of years state that crime is at historical lows.
The thing is, you're going to have people that's going to lie about things. And see, being and working with the system, I happen to know what the system does.
But I mean,
then on top of that, and you look at what the streets are saying. And you look at the shootings and you go in and you see what's happening in the clubs and all that and everything around. Just like, all right, for instance, in Brooklyn. They
But
had
what
a
you're
shooting
saying
at a
is
club.
feelings. You're like, oh, I'm like, this is my feelings.
No, it's not. It's beyond feelings. It's knowing. It's being right here in the ground level and knowing what's going on.
But if you're telling me
There's a lot
something
of
different
stuff
than what the
Listen,
statistics are saying,
like for instance, one of my coworkers one time, he said how one time he was seeing that a guy jumped in front of a train and the train ran him over. So he's seen the blood and guts and stuff like that. He went and he videotaped it from under the elevated
well,
train.
he committed suicide or unalived
the guy
himself.
committed suicide. So the thing was, he sent the video to a news station, and he asked, he said, "Hey, why y'all didn't show this, that?" And he said, "You know why? Because it happens so much. At the news station, they see it so much that, listen, they just don't go and show what's happening. Because what happens is, if they show it, then somebody else going to do it. But they have so many that jump in front of the trains and kill themselves. It happens all the time, but they're not going to report it. See, a lot of things is going to be shaved off. A lot of things ain't going to be talked about.
Wait. The news not doing a news story on it is not like it like not showing up in statistics.
Listen, the same thing with
And I will tell you, as someone who worked in news, the reason you wouldn't do a suicide like that is because, like, it really has no news value. There's no public service to the reporting of it, other than here's what caused the hold up on the subway for an hour or so.
Well, they would say that, but hey, some people want to hear, some people want to know. But the thing is this. They will go ahead and everybody basically in different precincts and different areas, they shave off numbers and stuff like that because people are jockeying for positions. A lot of people are trying to get made. Just like in corrections, you got people
But
that
you're
wanna
telling me
move
something
from,
that's not concrete. It's just your feelings.
You saying that it's not concrete. You could say it's not concrete, but see, you got to be in
But
it.
it is.
in order to
You
know what it is.
understand that. Like you're asserting
Yes,
something,
but-
and I
but,
can't.
No,
I can't
it's not
falsify
asserting.
it, or I can't prove it because it's just kind of an opinion.
You can't prove it because see, the thing is, you're not there to understand it and able to see it. Listen, I tell you, I did this for over 28 years, and just like for instance, when there was an officer that got shot, I happened to be in Bellevue Hospital at the time. And there was an officer that got an on-duty officer got shot by an off-duty officer that didn't even
Cop
know
on cop violence,
who this
yeah.
guy was. All right. So the thing was, they said it was a friendly shooting, but the thing is, while the undercover officer was laying down on the ground, incapacitated, the officer went and pumped two more in his back while he was laying down. The off-duty officer shot two more in the officer's back.
Oh yeah, that doesn't
That's
surprise me at all. Well, all cops are bastards.
No, you can't say all cops are bad.
Oh yes,
not
I can.
everybody's bad.
I can.
Everybody's not bad.
Oh, I
Yeah,
can.
all right, you can say that. You can
I
say
absolutely,
that. But the thing
I absolutely
is,
can because I can give you examples of like good cops trying to report corruption and then like the entire police department coming down on them.
Listen,
You're from New York. Do you know the story of Adrian Schoolcraft?
Yeah, but I met good ones as well as I meet bad ones. And I done met some bad officers. I done seen some
I'm sure
stuff
you have.
and everything. But like I'm saying, but the thing is, this is what goes on. And a lot of things ain't going to be shown to the public. A lot of stuff, they can shave numbers to make themselves look good. They don't want to get demoted. They want to do this. They want to do that.
Sure, but like
everything,
when we make assertions about things, we should have like some sort of evidence to back it up. That's just like my opinion.
Yeah, well. I definitely back something.
The chat
listen,
has asked me to hang up on you. I had a wonderful time talking to you, and I would have continued the call, but they asked me to hang up on you. I probably shouldn't have given them that power,
problem.
but
hey, no problem. Hey, more power to them.
Have a wonderful
All right,
evening,
take
my
care.
friend.
You too. All right. Bye-bye.
See, when we got to talking about Rikers, I was very interested. I've been keeping up with the consolidation, or not the consolidation, the trying to build the jails and the boroughs, and then close down Rikers. Hey, okay, Saturn, what assertion have I made without evidence? I guess it just ran its course, holiday. I was getting ready to end the show in the next, 20, 30 minutes, so I was getting ready to bring her on home with some bullshit stories, some fun stuff, maybe. We were talking about immigration. Down in Florida, they have a sheriff. His name is Grady Judd. He's a real piece of shit. We have covered Sheriff Grady Judd multiple times here on this show because he's a real showboat. He likes to pose for the cameras and shit. Apparently, he came out and made some claims about an immigrant's arrest that are absolutely not true.
Tonight, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd made a bold statement about immigrant enforcement in his county. Take a listen.
74% of the illegal immigrants that we've detained have had criminal charges against them.
But a closer look actually reveals his statements don't tell the whole story.
Investigative reporter Katie Legrand spent the last few weeks combing through court records of immigrant arrests in Polk County, and what she discovered reveals a more complicated picture of who is being detained.
Shelly, welcome in.
And why.
Why do we stop? You're here illegal. You know what I stopped you.
These are recent videos provided to us by a Florida immigration attorney.
When I tell you to open the door, you open it. You hear me?
Depicting what she says has become the new norm on Florida roadways.
Your speed's about 10 yards.
Immigrants stopped.
I'm not with you. Where's your ID?
Questioned, and in many cases, arrested on the spot.
Do you feel like
these are targeted? Good evening, my friend.
Absolutely, they're targeted enforcements. Absolutely.
Since President Trump's second-term crackdown on illegal immigration began, Florida has been a loyal enforcer. More than 20,000 immigrants have been arrested here so far, second only to Texas. And if there's one Florida county unapologetic about enforcing the president's campaign promise,
I don't call them undocumented immigrants. I call them illegal immigrants because that's what they are.
just listen to its popular, no-nonsense, straight-shooting sheriff.
The reason they're not documented is they're not legal, okay? They're illegal immigrants.
At a recent press conference on statewide immigration efforts, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, who also serves on Florida's Immigration Enforcement Council, detailed his own agency's arrest record, totaling more than 550, among the highest by any local agency in the state.
74% of the illegal immigrants that we've detained have had criminal charges against them.
Meaning nearly 3/4 of all the illegal immigrants his deputies arrested last year had pending criminal charges at the time they were cuffed and taken off the streets. But for what? Required more digging. So we requested the records and got back this list. 564 so-called illegal aliens and what the sheriff has documented as their criminal charges. But a closer look reveals about 16% had charges for what the FBI defines as violent crime, assault, domestic battery. One man was arrested for attempted second-degree murder, while more than 80% face charges for what the FBI classifies as nonviolent crimes, including drugs, DUI without injuries, prostitution. Court records show some immigrants were initially stopped for minor violations, tinted windows, an unsafe U-turn. One immigrant ended up with drug possession charges after he was originally stopped for riding his bike against the flow of traffic. Those charges eventually got dropped. But these records show the most common nonviolent criminal charge these immigrants faced at the time they were arrested: traffic-related violations, such as driving with a suspended license or no license at all. That was the case for 23-year-old Fernando
Of course.
Ortiz.
Krill,
he was
welcome
arrested
in.
last summer after he was the victim in a car crash. At the time, Ortiz was driving without a license when he was struck from behind in a chain reaction car crash. His attorney took this video from the scene and
Paul,
spoke
welcome.
with one of the other drivers involved.
Car came up, hit us in the back end, hit me, and I hit him. And the boy didn't do nothing.
And how do you feel about that? The fact that maybe
It's wrong.
he will arrest him.
Yeah, everything's wrong.
According to the crash report, before he was arrested, deputies contacted ICE, which confirmed Ortiz was in the country illegally. Court records show Ortiz also had 4 previous charges in the county for driving without a license. He pled guilty to each one of them, but was never formally convicted. His attorney says while he was eligible for a license, a government mistake and a series of denials got in the way.
When he went to obtain a driver's license, several times he obtained answers like, we don't give immigrants a driver's license, and they basically refused to issue him one on several occasions.
Now, Ortiz has a driver license and no criminal record. With his attorneys translating, Ortiz agreed to speak with us.
I'm not here to do anything bad. I'm only here to work. And if I had broken the law for driving without a license, it was only out of necessity because I had to go to work. And I'm here to work and be a good person and contribute to society.
Do you feel like every time you walk out,
I like him a lot better than Saturn.
now, you're risking something?
That's the American spirit, not the asshole in my chat.
Every time I walk out of my house. But I'm
Proud Han,
hopeful
welcome
that
in.
I won't be because I have a pending case with immigration that I've had for some time.
You represent Fernando, and I'm curious what you think his cases say about
Oh no, don't make me sing.
illegal immigration enforcement program in Polk County.
Polk County wants to obviously somehow show that they're a tough enforcer.
In response to questions over his hardline enforcement and whether his statements
74% of them had criminal charges.
are fair to immigrants who get charged but not convicted, Sheriff Grady Judd was quick to criticize and stay on brand.
Every one of those people violated the law, violated a criminal law in the state of Florida, and they were arrested, 74% of them. So if you're going to report, either report the truth or admit.
Is that what you look like, Saturn? A dipshit of a little man.
That you're creating fake news.
But the truth is, most of these immigrants were arrested for nonviolent crimes, and their records don't all end up being criminal.
Wow. So, Katie, what do we know about the convictions, not just in Polk County, but really across the state?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is we just don't know because so many of these cases are pending. I can tell you anecdotally in Polk County, we have seen criminal cases result in convictions. We have seen some get dropped altogether, but keep in mind, just like any criminal case, these could take months, if not longer, to play out. But we'll stay on top of it. It is a hot button topic for sure.
It sure is. Well, like that boy who actually tried to get his license all those times and was denied.
That's right. And then again, he pled guilty to, he acknowledges that he drove without a license. He said it was a necessity, but he does not have a criminal record as we stand here today.
Yeah. All right, Katie, thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Now here's one for you. A man who does background checks for ICE rounded up during a prostitution sting, and this is not even the first story. It's not even the first time we've done this story.
Hey Bloomington, it's Valentine's Day, a day about love, compassion, and not being alone. Unfortunately, some people try to celebrate by buying companionship. We get it. Any port in the storm, right? But this isn't how you go about it, and we want to remind you that is illegal. All right.
She looks nice. She looks nice. Hey, girl.
What the fuck are we watching?
Hey, sexy. Feeling real lonely tonight. Do you want to keep me company? Want to keep me company? Yeah, girl. I would love that. Do you want to hang out tonight?
I mean, that was the story, yes. Pigs and trapping pigs.
So what's this going to cost me? Depends on how...
But who did they stage it for? Was this some sort of PSA? Did they just do this for the press conference?
Okay, girl. I got cash money. Just gotta ask you one thing, though. You're not a cop, right?
Goddamn police stations have too much money.
Nope. Nope. Who is it? Bloomington Police Department. Get so freaky.
Look, prostitution is not a victimless crime. And here in Bloomington, we're going to protect...
Yeah, it kind of is. Unless the woman is being abused by a John, but that's a whole different...
Could be us.
That's a whole different issue than the prostitution.
Happy Valentine's Day, Bloomington.
Oh, did I at least get those chocolates? Yeah, we got you, Mr. Freaky. Hey, Bloomington, make sure you tune in to Chief Hodges' press conference where he discusses this operation and the men we arrested. Take care, be safe, have yourself a happy Valentine.
Yeah, Dan Cycle, being a pedophile is a crime in this country, but you guys still elected one to be president. Shut the fuck up.
Creative in what they come up with. But in all seriousness, I'm going to talk to you today.
No, that was cringe, motherfucker.
That we did. We arrested 30 people, which is a record for us in one of these operations. 2 of them will be charged with felonies because they had prior convictions. 28 of them will be charged with gross misdemeanors. We talked to over 330 people looking to purchase sex.
Gross misdemeanors means they were incredibly nasty.
We would have arrested more, but there were citizens who, obviously with Operation Metro Surge going on, citizens thought that we were potentially ICE, and that kind of interfered with our operation here. So just want to encourage people again, local police department, with these patches and these badges, we're not ICE. So with that, we worked with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
You're the Chris Hansen popo.
Airport and Eden Prairie. We're looking for sex traffickers, those who are being sex trafficked. We're in the process now of investigating one potential sex trafficker, which has been a first, I think, in one of our operations, where we're able to actually get one of the people who are actually potentially doing the trafficking, and that's something that's really difficult to do. So before I get started, you know me, I like to sing. We called this Operation Looking for Love in All the Wrong Places. And you can Google Johnny Lee, who I didn't know sung this song. I'm going to talk to you about in a little bit who I thought originally sung this song. But when you're listening to me, I want you to keep this song in your head as we're talking about these guys.
What the fuck is he doing?
I'm going to attempt to sing it. Looking for love in all the...
I'll have you know, this is like a 20-minute clip of the press conference. I went looking for just a news story that would be, 3 or 4 minutes about what went on. But I'm glad we watched this. This whole thing has been surreal.
Airport and...
Now let's listen to the pigs sing.
We're looking for sex traffickers, those who have been sex trafficked.
We're looking for sex traffickers. Let me sing you a song.
Potential sex trafficker, which has been a first, I think, in one of our operations, where we're able to actually get one of the people who are actually potentially doing the trafficking, and that's something that's really difficult.
This is Minnesota.
So before I get started, you know me, I like to sing. We called this Operation Looking for Love in All the Wrong Places.
You know I like to sing.
And
he's done it before.
You can Google Johnny Lee, who I didn't know sung this song. I'm going to talk to you about in a little bit who I thought originally sung this song. But when you're listening to me, I want you to just keep this song in your head as we're talking about these guys. So I'm going to play this. I'm going to attempt to sing it. Looking for love in all the wrong places. Looking for love in too many faces. Searching their eyes. Looking for traces of what I'm dreaming of. Hoping to find a friend and a lover. I'll bless the day I discover another heart. Looking for love. Yep, all these guys came here looking for love in all the wrong places. And the person who I thought sung this was Eddie Murphy. And tribute to him, looking for nub in all the wrong places. I was looking for nub in all the wrong places. Seriously, that's who I thought sung this song before we got to that. So tribute to him. So every last one of these guys we arrested. They came here looking for sex. And unfortunately for them, they were looking for love in all the wrong places. We'll start off with Mr. Sean Boyer, who's 55. He's been arrested a few times for this. He wanted to do a car date at the laundromat because, you know, he was doing his laundry. So we're
You want to keep watching this, right? We're going to watch this whole fucking thing now. I'm stunned. When you think you've seen everything.
Going to give him something to watch.
As long as he doesn't sing again.
He's going to wear, but I think he's going to be charged with a felony because he's liked to do this multiple times. He was convicted in 2018, which I think was one of our juvenile prostitution details. So some of these people just don't get the point. So we locked him up. Alexander Moran out of Bloomington. We had a bunch of Bloomington residents this time, which I, for the life of me, don't understand.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
You are living off the grid or something where you know you just don't come to the city and do that. You live here, man. Come on, man. Salvador Leon.
If you're going to commit sex crimes, go to a different city. You live here, man.
Looking for sex workers. I don't know. I butcher names all the time. We locked him up. Mr. Gilbert Berlali. He is a IT worker for Hennepin County, and he
a county IT worker
for the big booty Latinas. Well,
ain't nothing wrong with that.
Booty Latinas got you locked up, man. Next, a scene.
Now we're just kink shaming people. We're using a public position and a press conference to kink shame people. The man liking big booty Latinas, there's nothing wrong with that.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Javard out of Richfield. You're close to Bloomington. You should know better, too. Miguel Quinala out of St. Paul. We locked him up, too. Eugene Okari. Sorry, there's like 30 of these guys. Eugene Okari out of Brooklyn Park. We locked him up. Mr. Mark Kevin Johnson.
I mean, it is a press conference.
Formerly a man of the cloth.
A man of the cloth, of course.
Go around either. He was convicted of prostitution, of soliciting a prostitute in 2016. And I think he was arrested in 2007. So obviously he ain't learned his lesson either. Carlos Guzman, Minneapolis. We locked him up. Farhad Saeed. We don't know where he's from yet, so we're still trying to figure that out, but he's 20 years old. He got locked up. Muhammad Ali, he was
the champ.
A member of a law enforcement organization in a civilian capacity. I think it was Metro Transit.
Of course he was.
Locked him up too, and I think they probably parted ways with him or starting some investigation with him and his employment. William Lima, out of Brooklyn Center, we locked him up. And my man travels all the way up here from Florida, Delamine Beckman. He hails from Port St. Lucie. I know it's cold up here in Minnesota. You want to get warm, dude, but don't come to my city trying to pay for it. That's where he got locked up.
Don't come to my city trying to pay for it.
We locked him up, and he was concerned about the well-being of the sex worker due to the alleged size of his genitalia. Well, come on, man. Next, Samuel Nargin. Some of you may remember him. He was featured in a Star Tribune article in 2022 as a coffee. We call him the coffee man. He likes VIP coffee, and he does a lot with coffee. Well, we don't brew coffee in the jail, but we do give you a Jimmy Dean's breakfast sandwich.
What?
Mr. Brashad.
Well, why does he like coffee so much?
Out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So when you're getting your security clearance, this is one of the guys that does your backgrounds, which is kind of scary. So we locked him up, and I think if you're going to be, these people get access, they get a high security clearance.
Yes, sir. It is very scary.
The ICE agents, Homeland Security agents, and people getting security clearance. This is one of the.
I am more worried about that dude than the dude that likes big booty Latinas and was just looking for a legal prostitute, or was looking for a consenting prostitute. That's what the word I'm looking for, not legal. Was just looking for a woman he could pay to let him stick his dick in her, which should be fine. Sex workers are awesome.
People that does the backgrounds, and you come here trying to purchase sex. We locked him up. I don't think he's going to be passing a background check no time soon. Jonathan Flores, 26 years old, out of Minneapolis. We locked him up. Mr. Regali, out of Spring Lake Park.
They specifically said the two people that they used underage bait for. So I'm assuming the rest of them are simple prostitution.
We locked him up. Mr. Lance. We locked him up, and when he got out of jail, he said that
the first two were like underage
because his girlfriend was going to be pissed. It's normally what happens. These two guys. So
apparently, YouTube viewers die down.
These two guys,
as we get further into the evening,
they wanted to show up because one of them was a virgin, and their intent was to both of them have sex with the sex worker.
So dude was trying to get his buddy laid. Do I have that straight? One was a virgin. He's kind of awkward.
Was going to be pissed. That's normally what happens. These two guys. So both these two guys, they wanted to show up because one of them was a virgin, and their intent was to both.
Which one do you guys think was the virgin, left or right? I'm going right, but I mean I could go either both. They're not bad looking guys. They both look very mad in their mugshots. Not exactly the most attractive, but I could see them, they got a smile on their face. They could be good looking guys.
Both of them have sex with the sex worker. So one of them was going to lose their virginity to that. And I think they're both virgins to jail too. So I guess they accomplished one of their goals. Well, they're no longer virgins to jail because we locked them up.
Good segue.
And this is a picture of them walking together, going to lose one of their virginities. Grant's going to put that up there. They're going to lose.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Or we'll get so they're going to lose their virginity together. Like I said, I think they lost virginity going into the jail.
You already did that joke.
Mr. Sahal, we locked him up. Ohore Sabanez out of Belle Plaine, we locked him up. You all get your little 2 seconds of fame. Mr. Crespo.
I have a friend who lost his virginity because I let him fuck a girl I was seeing. So yeah, I've helped out a friend. Back when I was like 18.
We locked him up. Mr. Alex, we locked him up. And both these guys are in Bloomington. Any resident in the city who doesn't know better by now needs to really check themselves. Mr. Fluentes, we locked him up. And then this is one of the oddest things we've seen in a while. And Grant, you can get this picture up here. Mr. Brian Mead. So Mr. Mead shows up, and he's got to get ready before he goes and engages with the sex worker. The picture here of him, he has a blue towel. He places a blue towel on the ground and starts doing push-ups. Push-ups before he's going to get engaged with the sex worker. Well, I guess in jail, we don't have a gym, and I guess people got to figure out how to way to work out. But I mean, at least he's neat. He doesn't want to get, dirt on his hands. So
the most absurd news, politics, and current events on the internet. That's what I promise here on the Troll Patrol.
Said it best in a commercial a long time ago. When you get our age, man, just get bigger T-shirts, dude. It's over, man. And Mr. Ba, he's 19 years old, out of Golden Valley. We locked him up. And Mr. Montanaco, he was insistent that the decoy wear red and black. Well, unfortunately for him, our decoy is not going to be wearing red and black, and he's going to be wearing orange, and we locked him up. So before I take any questions, I just want to close on a few things. If you know anybody who's being trafficked, please have them contact Cornerstone.
Good night, DJ Dub. Light one up. Tip one back.
1111, or they can go to dayservices.org. And our detectives and all those who are involved did a great job on this operation, obviously. And then one of the lead detectives, I'll just call him, we got Agent J and Agent K. I'll just call him Agent J. This will probably be his last operation. And he did a phenomenal job. He's been really instrumental in locking a lot of these guys up. So with that, we'll take any questions you may have.
You mentioned this was a record amount of people to bring in.
This kind of makes me want to watch the South Park episode where...
Yeah, I think,
cop fucks all the Johns.
What you're having happen here, and we've been getting kind of whispers in the community, is that with this Operation Metro Surge going on, that a lot of these workers are having to go underground. So I think a lot of this is attributed somewhat to that, where people think that they can get away with this stuff now, so they're going to start to do it. And then especially in this case, we used a Latina female for a decoy, so there's been I think that probably contributed to some of this too, like people thinking that they could just get away with some of this stuff. That's a lot of people, over 300 something people that we chatted with in 2 days. That's a lot of people, but just be rest assured, and I just want to get this out here too, despite the fact that we got this operation going on, we still got work to do, and we're still.
How do people fall for it? Like the cops just show up, like, "Hey, big boy, you want to pay for sex?"
Some of the people you had mentioned earlier about ICE, and that some people, there was some arrests that you were attempting to make that they thought you were ICE.
Yeah. So obviously, with everything going on in our community, the area where we had set up our operation, people kept putting on social media that there's a large law enforcement presence in this organization, in this area, and they're running these type of operations. So people can see this on social media, and if we're telling people to come to this area to meet this decoy, they're not going to come because they see this online and they know it's us there or the police there. So that, Phil, if you go back and look,
I don't feel bad for you.
There's a lot of online chatter about law enforcement activity by this hotel, and some people didn't want to come because of that, but obviously 30 of them did.
And you did this month?
Yes, this was last week. Yep.
Yeah.
No, 2 days. 2 days. Yep.
We started with a skit.
Was it one specific area?
He sang a song.
We did one hotel. Yep. Yeah.
Then he did a comedy routine. He lifted Eddie Murphy from Saturday Night Live.
Staying there and this all happening?
Yep. So yeah, people, he asked, do we do this in one hotel? Do people stay? Yeah, people still stay there, right? And yeah, some people ask questions, but bottom line is, unfortunately, a lot of hotels, human trafficking is taking place, or this type of work is taking place. You just don't see it as much. But
and saying worse than Eddie.
Yeah, most people, when you go to a hotel, they're not paying attention to other
The
guests.
dumbass thought Eddie Murphy did that song originally.
Frequented hotels where you're trying to work with staff and managers to stop something like this from happening, like regular hotspots, or is this something that police are setting up?
What kind of a black guy?
We go wherever. We just pick a spot, because really what's happening again in Bloomington.
Who sings
we
it
have
originally? Like
over
Teddy
50
Pendergrass?
hotels
Who
and 10,000
fucking?
hotel rooms.
What
And
black
it's
guy
more than that
grows
if you
up
expand
and
the
doesn't?
494 corridor, and so yeah, we will go wherever. And this is an issue for us in this state. And I know, like the Epstein
Johnny
files
Lee.
came out, and it finally got revealed that he had flown some women out of Minnesota years ago to go over there. And I mean, that's one thing that we have to realize.
Oh, definitely not a
even though
black
you
song.
don't see it.
Okay, that's why I didn't
we were
know.
not conducting these operations. It'd be even more rampant than it is now.
Did you circle back to the people who run the hotel to let them know, hey, we did this? And
As he ran his course.
like giving them a heads up?
Oh yeah, yeah. When we do these in these hotels, these businesses partner with us because they don't want this in their hotels either, right? So they know beforehand. Yeah, we're not going to just show up and crash somebody's hotel. Yeah, we don't do that. So.
They crash the party. You know they do. I don't think he sings anymore. I did do a quick scan through the rest of it. So there was this thing called the March for Life that happened, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Right-wing pro-life march ends up being a measles super spreader event, according to health officials. Anti-abortion protesters who traveled to Washington, D.C. for the March for Life ended up at a measles super spreader event. Thousands of pro-lifers came for the January 23rd march and concert at the National Mall, and now the D.C. Department of Health has reported multiple cases of the potentially fatal disease reported in the weeks after. The march is a big event for religious conservatives this year, attracting politicians such as Vice President J.D. Vance, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, Republican Representative Chris Smith. Many on the right oppose vaccination, with some citing religious reasons, making the march a possible hotbed of measles infections. The U.S. has 2 ongoing major outbreaks, including one in South Carolina, where I bet a lot of people at the March for Life came from. It's deadly for kids, isn't it? Like, if you catch it as an adult, it just sucks real bad. I don't think it's like it has that high of a fatality rate, if I'm not mistaken. But like, the younger you catch it, like, the deadlier it is. Health officials have said the March for Life measles outbreak could have spread through different transit areas such as the Ronald Reagan National Airport and Union Station. With the reported people infected, they also visited the Catholic University of America and the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception. DC Health was notified of multiple confirmed cases of measles, whose carriers visited multiple locations in the district while contagious. Okay, I'm gonna take a chance playing this on Twitch. This is wild. A carnival ride in India malfunctioned. I don't think I can make it full screen. God, I hate these shorts. It killed a police inspector. So luckily none of the riders and it's a double hit. First the cart comes down and then the arm hits them. I think several people were pretty badly hurt. Red wine. But a police inspector killed. Insane video out of India. It's called the Tsunami. It was carrying 26 people. The swing fell on the inspector as a rescue was underway for the people trapped on the ride. 2 people were arrested in connection with the collapse. God damn. You guys want to cover some music? It is not Live Music Monday. Let's start with Johnny Greenwood from Radiohead. He is now asking that his music be removed from the Melania documentary that they apparently used without asking him. The rock musician who composed the 2017 drama Phantom Thread alleges breach of agreement after the score was reused in the Melania film. Radiohead's Johnny Greenwood and director Paul Thomas Anderson have asked for a segment of music from their 2017 film Phantom Thread to be removed from Melania Trump's controversial Amazon documentary. The musician who composed the score for the film, starring Daniel Day-Lewis, alleged in a statement that the usage of the music was a breach of his composer agreement. It has come to our attention that a piece of music from the Phantom Thread has been used in the Melania documentary. Greenwood and Anderson's representative said in a joint statement. His attorneys claim that while Greenwood does not own the copyright in the score, the film's distributor, Universal, failed to consult Johnny on this third-party use, which is a breach of his composer agreement. As a result, Johnny and Paul Thomas Anderson have asked for it to be removed from the documentary. The film includes a long excerpt of Barbara Rose, a song the Radiohead guitarist composed for the Anderson film. I guess the same studio made it. One Mr. Bob Ritchie is claiming that we shouldn't believe our eyes, that he sang Ball with the Ball live. Now, he did sing that others, it was a cover. He did sing the other one, and he didn't give a bad performance. I listened to Anthony Fantano's a rundown of it, and Fantano said Kid Rock probably gave the best vocal performance of that segment of that show. I disagree. I think it was Laney Blaney Waney. I thought she did a better job, but Kid Rock did a perfectly cromulent job with his vocals on the cover song. Ball with the Ball, he totally lip sync, and I thought it was out of sync. There were apparently syncing issues, but he lip sync.
What's up, people? We're here to address the fake news media and all the trolls that are piling.
And I wouldn't have expected him to lip sync
on the Turning Point USA halftime to Ball with the Ball. First, I gotta say thank you to my DJ, Paradigm, we call him Freddie, who flew down from Detroit this evening. It's Monday night, flew down from Detroit this evening just so we can make this video for you. And we get to hang out and drink a couple beers, so it's all good. So, the turning point of that Ball with the Ball, you know that song is Chaos. And
oh, yeah?
The first thing is, if I was ever going to lip sync, which I wouldn't, that would be the last song I would ever have to bring in the fold to do it to.
Yeah, that was what Fantano said. Like, of all the songs, like, isn't that the one song that I'm like, Bob, sing me a song, and you break, like, out of your sleep that you can do backwards. Like, your first big hit.
Performed this song every night on tour since 1998, since the day it was released.
Yeah, it's probably never left his set list. He probably has always opened with it.
You know, we taped it, and then they sent me a first cut, and my comment was, the sync is off. They were trying to line up. First off, if we would have done it, if we would have recorded it and then played like we were singing it, lip synced it, it would have been pie. It would have been pie to line up. It was very difficult for them because somebody clearly wasn't super familiar with the song. Also, when I asked them, I go, you know, Freddie.
Sound tech here, all you have to do, that's what so what happens is if you have multiple cameras, you're recording straight from the board, right? The board is going into a separate audio source, is going to whatever master control, whatever recording device, because this was pre-recorded. So it's a separate audio source. The way you do that, the way you sync up the audio is super simple, and it's called a clapboard. Some of you might have seen it and not known what it was used for. It's, they're take one, clap. When that thing hits the top of the board, it puts a straight up and down line on the audio, and you can see the exact moment that they snap the board, and it is super easy to line up for an editor. Well, it wasn't. Is he saying it's live? Because it wasn't. It was recorded on Friday. We know that now because we've now heard from the people who had the non-disclosure agreements beforehand. He did not perform it live.
Video for you, and we get to hang out and drink a couple beers, so it's all good. So, the turning point of that Ball with the Ball, you know that song's Chaos. And the first thing is, if I was ever going to lip sync, which I wouldn't, that would be the last song I would ever have to bring in the fold to do it to.
I would agree with him there.
Every night on tour since 1998, since the day it was released. So the turning point of that, so they sent me a first cut, we taped it, and then they sent me a first cut, and my comment was, the sync is off. They were trying to line up. First off, if we would have done it,
yeah, he said they sent me a first cut, so he's acknowledging it was pre-recorded.
Recorded it and then played like we were singing it, lip synced it, it would have been pie. It would have been pie to line up. It was very difficult for them because somebody clearly wasn't super familiar with the song. Also, when I asked them, I go, you know,
That doesn't make sense.
that song with me, my DJ. And they're like, he does what? And I'm like, oh no. I'm like, yeah, do we have any cutaways of Freddie? And and they didn't. No. He wasn't, were you lit up?
No.
He didn't even have a light
lit
up.
up. I was lit up.
Any TV time?
No.
Sorry, dog.
I mean, you can see my silhouette.
Yeah, there you
Just
go.
silhouette.
So they don't have that footage. Now it's extremely difficult for them to line up the sync. Could have been done if we had more time. I'm confident they could have got it right. I only got to see one edit. And I didn't think it was the end of the world. I saw what it was doing. The mic's coming down and the sync was off. Because
I mean, who the fuck, like, I could fix that in 10 minutes. It's literally what I do for a living. How many millions is TPUSA paying people? And they couldn't sync up the audio with the video? Are you serious?
when we're rapping it, that song takes so much energy. You've seen me, people have seen me do it.
Lou, welcome in,
Jumping
friend.
around like a rabid monkey on stage. Still trying to at 55 years old. And so me and Freddie are like this. I'm like, and this is for the questions that don't have any
answers.
The midnight dancers and the topless
dancers.
The gang, the freaks, the cars packed with
speakers.
The G's with the 40s and
The chicks with beepers.
the northern lights
And the southern comfort.
and it don't even matter if
your
you're
veins are punctured.
all the crackheads,
The critics, the cynics,
all my heroes in the methadone clinics, all you bastards
in the
IRS.
IRS.
It's for the crooked cops.
And the cluttered desks.
It's for the shots of Jack.
And the caps of meth.
The half pints of
Love
love.
and the fists of stress.
It's for
So what he's saying is that, oh no, he wasn't lip syncing. You're just ignoring the fact that somebody else is singing with me and I'm rapping off of him, even though we heard his actual voice.
for my hookers all tricking out in Hollywood. It's for my hoods of the world
Misunderstood.
I said, it's all good.
Yeah, and it's all in fun.
Now get in the pit and try to love someone. Boom. So he's filling in those words for me so I can, boom, bang my head, keep going and carrying on. Now when I'm doing that, you see me, I'm all over the stage. Ooh, I'm flipping the mic, I'm down here, I'm over here, back.
He did look very
I
tired.
know these guys had a difficult time getting that sync together. So I have nothing but good things to say, not only about Turning Point, but the production
That's,
team that
once
they worked
again,
on this.
there is literally no reason that shouldn't have been synced. His excuse makes absolutely no sense.
And other events they've done, top notch, first class all the way. Nobody's perfect, gets it right every time. But for the haters and the trolls out there, that's exactly what happened. And by the way, most of you know this. If you have any inclination, some of you that are in the entertainment world, you could look at that and be like, oh, the sync's off. But no, they had to like lie and say, oh, he was lip syncing. And then the problem,
I don't know that you weren't lip syncing.
all over the internet.
Bob, I gave you the benefit of a doubt last night. I can't imagine why you would lip sync that song. It boggled my mind. I thought it had to be the sync was off, but at this point in time, I'm questioning whether you lip sync that song. I really am.
And I know most people don't even care, but there's certain people that just keep repeating it so people think it's a fact. And this goes on both sides. They did it to Bad Bunny in his defense when they were saying he said you have 4 months to learn Spanish. He was on Saturday Night Live. I think he was joking. But they do it far too often, especially in the fake news media, the left-wingers, crazy libtards.
What?
So, if you want to come see us perform live, if you really want to see it live, our
That tour isn't going to happen,
tour
kid.
goes on sale this Friday. Tickets available through Ticketmaster. Believe it or not, I've worked something out pretty good with them. I'll be explaining that in the following days to come. Tomorrow,
With Ticketmaster, the company that you supposedly hate.
What else? And then, and then people are asking. It's called the Freedom 254, the Road to Nashville. Everyone's wondering what's the Road to Nashville. Another video will be coming next week.
I did wonder that because it does not end in
In the
Nashville.
coming weeks, we'll see. But that's the deal. No lip syncing here. No tutti frutti. Freedom 250 tour on sale this Friday. God bless you all.
No, it's no Freedom 76. I saved this for last. I debated which one to play first, but I figured like you would need this palate cleanser after seeing Mr. Ritchie. Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner joined with Dropkick Murphys on stage. This may be the next senator from Maine. You know, I feel vindicated. I just didn't have time to even get into the Nazi tattoo bullshit. I just didn't even cover it. I'm glad I did. Flash is convinced he's a CIA spy. He could be, for all I know. I just didn't have time. Like, that story seemed absurd to me, and I didn't delve into it. And I think I was right. We had more important things going on. We're going to Cincinnati, where a newly adopted dog saved a family from a potential house fire.
Dearborn County family adopted a dog that had been waiting 2 years for a home.
And in just 48 hours, she saved their lives.
Brittany Harry has the remarkable story.
Only a couple of days after being adopted, Layla Lou saved her family from what could have been a very tragic situation. Her family says they are so happy to have her home and are grateful for what she did. On January 28th, Deborah Watkins and her grandson Logan came to Paws of Dearborn County wanting to adopt an American Staffordshire Terrier.
Don't judge a dog by the breed so quickly. They're all individuals like we are all individuals. You can't cast a broad blanket.
We are all individuals.
And think it's correct.
Layla Lou was Cindy Lou at the time. The Watkins say she stood out because of her personality. Layla had been at the shelter for 2 years.
She not only saved our home.
Virtual Run got it. I'm sure several people got it, but Virtual Run acknowledged it first.
But she saved our home from boredom. She is always doing something funny. She loves laying on people, licking, kissing. She's just really.
Me too, really brother. Me too.
She has just been a joy and a wonderful dog.
Wait on. Good girl.
On Layla's second night in her new home, Deborah says she
is beautiful.
Layla trying to get her attention.
Layla came in my room and was very aggressively trying to wake me up. When I got up, I discovered that the house was filling up with smoke.
Deborah says the smoke was because of this log that was placed in the family's wood-burning fireplace. It didn't quite fit, Deborah says, so it was taken out and left on a pile of logs.
She prevented definitely what could have been a fire where we would have needed fire department response.
I'm not in the right tax bracket to be on Epstein Island, sir.
The smoke was pretty thick upstairs in the house as smoke rises.
Deborah says she's unsure what would have happened.
Textillion, did I tell you good evening?
Hadn't woken her up. What she does know is that Layla has certainly found her forever home. There are plenty of animals here at Paws of Dearborn County that need a loving forever home like Layla now has. So her family and shelter staff are hoping that you will consider adoption. Reporting in Dearborn County, Brittany Harry, Fox 19 Now.
Squirrel, welcome in.
Don't
Such
judge
a pretty baby.
A dog by the breed so quickly.
YouTube people, podcast people.
Like we are all individuals.
Light one up, tip one back.
Can't cast
it's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. We're going to be here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for the Pam Bondi testimony in front of Congress. 10 a.m. Get your coffee ready.
2 years.
Light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Something funny. She loves
Twitch people. I got a police chase for you.
Kissing. She's just really, really happy we took her home.
She has